get started in 1 moment. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming to join us today. I understand we're competing against sim wars right now, which it's just not fair, but that's okay. So we are here as one of the abstracts sponsored by the Faculty Development Committee and talking about how to jumpstart or restart a faculty development program. I'll have everyone introduce ourselves. This is more of a discussion than necessarily a didactic session. I'm Liz Berner from University of Southern California and currently Director of Faculty Development there.
I'm Deb Derrickson. I'm Chair of Emergency Medicine at UT Southwestern in Dallas.
I'm Sanjay Gupta. I'm Chair of Emergency Medicine at South Shore University Hospital, part of Northwell Health, part of Sucker School of Medicine.
Hi, Penny Lima, Vice Chair of Faculty Affairs at Columbia University, New York.
So we're hoping today that after our session, you all have the plans for putting together a needs assessment and start your faculty development program. I identify various areas of faculty development to emphasize and plan for strategies such as didactics, peer coaching, and workshops. So I think we wanted to start with just a discussion of what is faculty development, and I feel like this might turn into a 45-minute session on its own. But there's a lot of different areas that now are part of faculty development. I think kind of a traditional version of it is how to build academically productive faculty members. But that has changed, especially in the last 3 or 4 years. And I wanted to get everyone's opinions on what are the areas that you think about in faculty development.
Yeah, that's a tough one, right? I think the challenge with faculty development, and it means something different to each individual faculty member. And so I think when I think of faculty development, I try to ask the individual what they want to be developed in. And where you are has a big impact. So we're not in an up or out institution. When I was at UC Davis, you went up for a merit every 2 years, had to go up for promotion. Well, you don't have to be promoted at UT Southwestern. You could be a terminal assistant professor for the rest of your life. And so for those people that have no interest in getting promoted, their faculty development looks so different than somebody who wants to, right? It's still important because if you don't focus on developing them, they may not feel valued. And that isn't the message you want to send to any faculty member, that they aren't important and that their contributions aren't appreciated. And so development's going to differ based on the goals of the faculty member, your institution, what you have to do, and recognizing that development is an individual sport is part of the challenge of when you set up a program.
Yep, and I will touch upon that and agree. I've always, in my career, worked in residency programs that are not necessarily directly university-based. So you have clinical departments that teach, if that makes sense. And you have a lot of these around New York City, where I've always trained. So then it almost takes a secondary effect where you have a lot of people who want to work with residents, who want to teach at the bedside, but the concept of developing that individual kind of academic development for their career is going to be very different. For the large part, it's many people who want no part of it, if that makes sense. And for the folks that do, it's that individual plan becomes very important. So sustainability of that plan, but also getting the resources for that, because the concept of about to go down the rabbit hole of like protected time for this development may not be as meaningful to a place where the return of investment is actually your clinical billing versus anything. So it turns into a different challenge at many of these sites. So I always like to come and speak to represent these sort of programs and talk about how that sort of, the pathways in those programs are very, very much different.
I agree. Everybody should have an assessment of the stakeholders. What do you want out of it? So we have our own faculty put their own individualized annual plans together with the chair and vice chairs. And then for our faculty development committee, we come up with a needs assessment and separate it into different categories of which of these lectures or workshops would you want in under clinical, under education, research, under your professional development skill set or your personal growth. And I think professionalism and also your personal growth have also expanded over the last 3 years, as well as promotions, catering to your fellows and junior faculty, mid-career and late career, and then other subgroups.
Yeah, so we do an individual development plan, and it's one I think I've copied from some website when I just searched individual development. And one of the things that's interesting about it is it has the individual faculty state their mission and their vision for their career. And it happens when people get hired on. And people are like, I don't know what that looks like. I guess I teared nicely into yours, could tee up. But just really kind of having people really focus and identify what they value. Because I think it's hard when you start a job, you're like, I just want to be great, right? You know, but having to really think about what you want to do is important, and it helps, right? Because otherwise we don't know what to do.
Individuals' mission and value goals.
Yep.
Love that.
Yeah, so this was an area for us to discuss, was the idea of individual development plans, because I think they mean different things at different institutions. So at my institution, an individual development plan is really a roadmap to becoming an independently funded investigator, and it's supported by the university. You get external members on your evaluation committee of how you're progressing on it. And for a lot of our faculty members, that is not what they're interested in. And so for them, an individual development plan in that context doesn't make sense. But I think you're talking about ways to make that fit the needs of your different faculty members.
Yep. Yeah, so ours is basically, what's your vision? What's your vision? What are you doing now? What do you not want to be doing in the future? And what are your 5-year goals? And again, it isn't focused on a researcher or anything. It's that individual, when you come in, you've been here 6 months, when you sit down with kind of, our vice chair of kind of faculty affairs, what do you want to tell them that you want to accomplish? And it just starts a really good dialogue because it helps everyone figure out what that individual's priorities are.
So I think if you thought about, the individual development plan that I think is kind of the NIH style is like, you have a 3-member committee that's evaluating your progress and addressing areas of maybe not meeting your goals, and then they have a mitigation board to help you overcome barriers. And that's kind of a more of an infrastructure than a lot of faculty members need. But using the same structure with maybe less stick and more carrot.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there needs, we don't have any stick in ours. We send people theirs, after a couple of years to say, hey, here's where you are. Come meet with us if you want. But this is what you said a few years ago, just to remind you. And just look at it, because people forget what they thought.
Yeah, I think for the sort of department where I am, where this is repeated in many places, is the concept of promotions is very esoteric, and I don't think it's actually on a lot of attendings' minds at all. The concept of going to an associate professor doesn't impact, any sort of tenure, because we don't have a tenure process. It does not impact employment, doesn't impact benefits, doesn't impact pay. So kind of those like tangible things where promotions might make sense, doesn't necessarily make sense to us. So I really focus more on making sure that people actually find a niche, because that niche is going to be sustainable, and it gives them a basis, a seed to grow. So this is if someone is interested in teaching, I know that's kind of the classic chair. What would you like to do? Oh, I'd love to teach. But what does that really look like? And what does that mean? And in what direction does that go? Or is this, I'm interested in international, I'm interested in, undergraduate medical education. So we're going to take that seed and develop an individual plan like we've been talking about to grow that. But the end point for us is not necessarily, it's more based on the person and what the person wants to see out of that. And we hope that promotions comes, because we also can't assume that someone's going to stay in our, hospital or our institution forever. So it allows them an ability to kind of take that promotions back at somewhere else if they need to, where those factors are impactful.
One of the challenges at larger departments, at Columbia, we're a new academic department. We're reaching our 5-year this July. And with 150 faculty and fellows, is how do you not only enable the chair to have their effective annual meetings, but develop more intimate, smaller mentorship groups outside of people's subspecialty, like ultrasound or toxicology or simulation, And so we have fall meetings, 6 months post-annual chairs meetings with the vice chairs, who have taken a cohort of mentees, which are all the faculty, and have come up with their individual development plans and go over their 3 identified goals and kind of get ahead of what are your barriers to reaching that goal and timeline, and help you connect with outside networks, whether it's other societies or regional or within hospital or medical school groups, to try to achieve those goals, or other partners or writing groups or scholars within your department to help you achieve those goals before your own timeline.
I think it's just important for people to realize that not everybody wants the pinnacle of the academic career, that kind of we sit out there and kind of what you think when you started, or I started, which was the triple threat, could you be good in teaching and clinical and research, and that was what an academician looked like. We're developing and having to work with people, who don't want that. I have a faculty member who I think they're great, they're a nocturnist like me, but comes up to me and says, I don't care if I get more money for being promoted. I would rather work the 5 extra shifts that gets me a year than have to do all the research and write. And that is okay. I know where they stand, but they still want to be developed, and there's still areas that they're interested in and want to, learn about, but it's just not along that traditional promotion path.
That is a good point, because that brings out people's value for the department. Some people might just want to become better clinicians, and we have a cohort of faculty who wanted to practice some skill sets in a procedure, like airways and fiber optic scopes, without residents, without fellows, so that they can practice their skills without other learners around. So we set up development procedurals and clinical success plans for some faculty. So we integrated that into faculty meetings so that all stakeholders would be involved. Same with the DEI conversations. We implemented within the faculty time so that we can try to help provide that for DEI conversations in the workplace and in the clinical arena in faculty meetings. So it's not just those who are interested in those topics to show up.
I swear this has been an open discussion, and it just happens to follow along our slides somehow. But I think that brings up an important point. Do you encourage your faculty to stretch beyond their one, area of excellence? How have you encouraged faculty to do that, or do you let them select on their own? Or does it change?
I think it's a different role, right? I think from a chair's, even like I said, even though I have faculty have no interest in promoting, my goal is to get everyone to be promoted, right, and to succeed. And so there's no way I'm going to tell a faculty member, even if they have no interest in scholarship, that they shouldn't do it, right? I can say, hey, can you consider it? I know we'll focus mostly on that, but let's still draw you back in a little bit. And can you think about it maybe, or can you participate maybe? So I think it's really hard to completely ignore all those things that were judged on as academic, but you just try to focus on where they have the highest likelihood of succeeding, and 2 out of 4 of these buckets is good enough if they can do it.
Absolutely. I think the era of being voluntold to do things is over, which was a different area, and that was during a very big growth time in emergency medicine. But I think now, taking into account people's personal needs, wellness needs, especially, we can all really understand what we've been through in the past few years. People's time is valuable, and what they cherish and value is very different. So, I think as faculty development directors, or as chairs, or faculty affairs, I think what's important for us is to kind of recognize in others, really by observation and discussion and meetings, where people can actually be valuable, but they just may not have an understanding or knowledge base about what's available out there. And these things can seem very overwhelming or daunting, but kind of using the mentoring pathway in a lot of respects, I think in my experience has been very helpful in taking a more junior faculty and going, hey, I know that you really very much like this, but I do recognize that you probably actually have a lot of talent in this. Would you consider doing this? The invariable question comes back, well, what does that look like? What's the time? I need to talk to my family, or I need to do this. And I go, yeah, that's right, you do. So go do that, and when you feel comfortable with an answer, come back to me, and we'll work with you if you want to do this or not, but this is something that where you can achieve. And, you know, that's often the path I take, because I think for success in a lot of ways, and we answer to a lot of people, right? We answer to builders and coders, we answer to our finance people, but we do, you know, answer to our kind of academic folks too. And I think there's an ability to mix and match a little bit in people's various skill sets, because the one thing about emergency medicine, which is unique, and I think the faculty development conversation is unique, is that our ability to parallel process, I think, is unsurpassed in most houses, or, you know, as compared to other specialties. So it's not unusual for someone to be able to be an expert in clinical care, but, you know, probably have like a really good eye for operations. And, you know, is that leader, let's say, recognized in real time during work, and can that be expanded upon? You use that as faculty development, going, hey, listen, can we put you in a leadership development program? Can we put you in this? Just to also grow people for their personal sustainability in their careers. Kind of the way that, the pathway that I take. And I think it's been pretty successful, especially in the types of departments that I've always worked in, which are, you know, not as heavily academically based or with that academic focus, but it seems to work and do for what they need to grow.
I think also identifying people's interests are very interesting. Sometimes it might not be obvious, especially ones who are not as communicative or verbal or extroverted. So identifying their skill strength and shining them out is one of our jobs, as well as in faculty development. We created an awards committee to try to identify different awards throughout the calendar year from different societies, and purposefully try to identify and also help people self-identify which awards they're eligible for. And so in order to do that, we had the vice chairs during their one-on-one fall meetings also identify which societies and which interest groups people are members of, so that they're eligible for certain awards. And I think try to highlight people's strengths, interests, and their wins, and to the outside world was an important part of our faculty development.
I think when you think about faculty development, I think the challenge, the hardest thing we have, especially when you're more in a leadership position, is identifying those people who have a lot of talent but haven't been kind of developed because they don't know, or they're afraid, you know, they don't recognize how talented they are, or they have imposter syndrome and don't want to ask, or don't want to kind of stand out, or are a little more concerned about taking that leap. And that is the group that is the hardest, because it really requires their colleagues to kind of, you know, push them. It requires kind of at every level them, you know, for someone to identify them. And that's really, if we're going to develop people, the people are easy that say, I am driven, I want to be developed. The harder ones are the ones that are so talented but aren't confident, or aren't internally aware of how talented they are, that really, really, really should be developed, because they are amazing. And that's where I think, you know, even outside, that's where I think we don't need vice chairs or chairs to be. That's where we need faculty members to help and really lift up people and push people more on a granular level, because those are the people that we sometimes will miss. And that is absolutely the group we don't want to.
I think on that, how do you think these needs change throughout the course of a career? These needs for faculty development. These are like really specific content, format, intensity, timing, but I think you're talking about identification, which might be a different concept. So I guess maybe we'll start with Dr. Lima. Since we've been going this way, we'll go this way this time. How have you seen needs of faculty change throughout their career?
Definitely different in pre-pandemic was different than now. There's a lot of more personal and professional growth. People are asking for some well-being initiatives, coaching, women like having more peer mentorship, and we're having, I think that access to sponsors and mentors for our underrepresented. We identified fellows, as residence fellows, and junior faculty. I had a few exit interviews, and we found that there was a lack of mentorship for Black junior faculty, women in our hospital. There were a lot of Black women leaders, mid-career women and men, and Black men in white coats initiative, but there were a lack of networks, so we created that. So I found that post-pandemic, there's been more needs for smaller groups and access to more sponsorship and more networking. And so we have these peer coaching as well as mentorship groups for self-identified, underrepresented in medicine, diversity, and women, and also our LGBTQ Alliance faculty.
I think another thing that we're experiencing now, Deborah actually mentioned this, there was, for a very long time in academic programs, there was almost a demand by, ROC and ACGB about scholarship, right? There was a definition of core faculty, there was a definition of what the expectations were, and that varied over time. 80% of your core faculty have to achieve a piece of scholarly activity every year, and those are these kind of very defined things. So there was an element of a need for a faculty development process that was probably like very formal with very specific outcomes, because if number one, you had to fulfill those needs for your department, for your program to continue. But now with certain changes, I think, we're experiencing a lot of changes with, protected time discussion as we're dealing with other healthcare leaders about the concept of protected time for growth. But your junior faculty coming in now are also products potentially of programs where their faculty didn't really have a big demand for output or for training. So, that translates. So what are you getting now? So when you talk about a format of career, I think we're actually at a really interesting crossroads right now about what that looks like for sustainability in your academic departments, what faculty development is, what core faculty are, and what their needs are for the future. So I think it's a really interesting conversation right now that every department's going to be different, because it is a discussion with your medical school and with your DIOs, with your service lines, and with how that could be offset and expectations. So I didn't really give you an answer. I know this it was more reflective, but when it turns into the intensity and timing, I still get the sense that people want to be developed, but what that turns into is different in terms of timing. So before, where it was hard charging and I had to be an expert in clinical work and research and teaching, now I have plenty of faculty who request to go partial FTE because of demands at home and demands with family, but they still want to be developed. They still want to go to meetings. They want to develop their niche, but might not be in the same priority or time frame that it was before. So I think as faculty development leaders, we have to take all these things into account as we are developing IDPs for people, how that really kind of reflects on your department needs as well.
I mean, I think development is faculty development. It's a career-long effort, right? I think that what they need and what that may consist of definitely varies over the career. But I think that there is very few of us are happy. Very few of us don't feel that development doesn't add value to ourselves, right? And make us more comfortable, competent. So I think, we have people from my faculty development that run our faculty development in this room, and I believe that skill maintenance is a key important part of faculty development, right? Just because, heck, I can't remember the last time I intubated. Well, I mean, 3 years ago, but it just takes a while, right? As you go on, and so as an educator, I still want to not feel like I suck at everything I do, and so that's part of the development that we've built in, because that's so important. But the things that that I need to do at my level, that are my division chiefs need, my vice chairs, and the general faculty and the junior may differ. But we've had to figure out how to do that in a different format. So how do you develop people over Zoom, right? Are there things that you need to do in person? And I think there are some things that we should be doing in person for teamwork to actually get to know and recognize people. And I do think the intensity and the timing depends on that person's availability and what they can put in. And that's okay. It's just going to change.
And I think we touched on this a little bit, but outside of kind of, I think some of the traditional groups of traditional, I'm not sure, however we want to think about that, groups that might need other approaches, specifically you talked about peer coaching, Dr. Lima. How do these groups need different approaches? I'll take a moment to think about that.
Yeah, no, I think right in the current state, I think a lot of them have asked me for more in-person as well as more smaller, intimate peer coaching groups. I've also aligned with the Dean of Faculty Affairs and all the resources in the hospital and the medical school and try to collaborate. So why revamp the wheel? And also there are other faculty development vice chairs in the different departments who have now shared the resources so that you're not alone. So there's a lot of collaboration within the university. And we've identified definitely there are opportunities for women in leadership and junior faculty. And then I think senior faculty you're working on is the transitions for senior faculty and those who are transitioning. And I think that we've all seen a difference in the timeline post-pandemic or peri-pandemic, that people have identified different kinds of goals professionally and personally, and retirement timelines have changed, or FTE or full-times have diminished, or their focus has changed.
Yeah, I think the biggest developments for many of these groups are the concepts that we've been talking about recently. Is mentorship is really important. And I think especially with pairing your junior faculty with somebody more senior, just as transitioning into the rigor of the clinical world, but transitioning into the responsibility of also supervising and teaching on the ground. So I think that's important. And I think with that, it's really important to, it gives you an opportunity to develop all facets, right? Junior faculty want to mentor, but you have to make sure that your senior faculty know how to mentor or have the skill set too. So it gives you opportunities to continue to grow people in different ways. I think it's really interesting as we talk about faculty development for clinical faculty, and we touched upon some of these things here. These are your people who probably are much more skilled in some respects than your core faculty because they just see more patients and they teach at the bedside with your residents a lot more than people who might have some. And so kind of discovering what that value base is like, so kind of the incorporation of that skill set, especially early on, I think, is important, and to recognize that value. I mean, I've certainly worked in places where that value has not been appreciated. Really surprising because those are the folks that have the most contact time with your trainees. And I think one of the areas that we have to think about, and this has been touched on, like kind of skills maintenance, but also what do we do now with our aging workforce? People have to work, people need income, but cognitively, physically, medicine's hard work. So what happens in your end of your first decade of this work? Second decade, end of your third decade, end of your fourth, and we don't really know that yet, right? We don't have a lot of information or data on that. So, area of opportunity that we have, within our professional societies to look at that locally, look at that nationally, but I think that's an area that's really important. And I think the underrepresented faculty development is going to be is something that you don't know unless you really think about. And I think that's where kind of the concept of a broad network of mentors and developing that or discovering that is important. And the mentors don't have to be in your department. It can be in other departments. They could be in hospitals if you have a service line across multiple hospitals. The concept of thinking of now, I think the one thing about the pandemic is that we have grown our networks, right, much wider than what you have in front of you. So to try to utilize that for the sake of your faculty who need those mentors, capitalize on.
I think that's one of the challenge. mentorship is tough to mandate. Right? So, we pair, and then people start with a clinical mentor, but that can't be their mentor for their career, right? Because to really have a relationship with your mentor, you need to have trust, and you need to have some commonality of, a balance of trust and expertise to get you there. And I do think that we have really transitioned in the pandemic, the good thing that it doesn't need to be at your institution anymore. Meetings like this, finding somebody who's got expertise in an area you like, reaching out, that person can be your mentor, but forced mentorship 95% of the time does not succeed. It usually is not the relationship that gets that person to be really rewarding.
Yeah, I mean, how many senior-ish attendings here have had a medical student, a research assistant, all the above reaching out to you going, I want you to be my mentor. You're my mentor now, and demanding it. It's like, oh, I don't have time for this or interest. But it seems to be, I hate to say that, it might actually be just like a generational change. So it might be something to really think about, like, what do we do with that, and how do we actually take these folks who really want mentorship and find the right people for them.
Yeah, I think that's probably an interesting discussion too of, mentors, not a mentor, because I think that's been difficult at times for people to bridge. Like, I can't even get one mentor, let alone several mentors, but it actually is easier because you're like, I want mentorship in this one specific thing, and that's a much easier ask a lot of times, and especially if you're reaching out across institutions to someone who maybe doesn't see you every day. But there's a whole separate session on how to be a good mentee. So,
Yeah, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to help our faculty develop their personal board of mentors and sponsors, their own personal connections, and help them sponsor to connect with others in the hospital and university and outside through the other networks.
we are going to skip past this a little bit because in the case study we'll talk about group size and formats, and I think we've touched on that a little bit. So we're catching up. So I think one thing is, like, there's general academic skills that we believe everybody needs. Is there anything you would add to that list that you think people just need to know this if they're going to succeed?
I think we've taken a different lens at promotions as an institution, and added a whole service track at Columbia. And that came from the Committee on Academic Promotions, and it really changed the way we looked at promotions.
So you have like a straight service track.
We have a service academy, and you could be inducted to the Academy of Service practice, and that includes social EM and some of the community outward initiatives people have participated in.
Yeah, we have something similar. I mean, we have the traditional pathways of education, but we do have a clinical pathway now for those devoted doctors who work for decades in your departments and watching these things grow. So there is a pathway. So I think the clinical service is certainly growing in many schools.
Our institution's about as traditional as it can be on promotion, mostly because it's manned by 60-year-old internists, internal medicine folks that staff the entire promotion committee. So there's very little flexibility or wiggle room in that. We do have a clinical track. It's really meant for people who work in the community, not who work in the academic world. And so I think that when I think about general academic skills that everyone has to, if all of our faculty works with residents, we all need to be good educators, right? So when we focus, when the faculty decide what is part of the faculty development kind of curriculum that we have, a lot of it's focused on that, because that is kind of a uniform binding kind of alignment that transcends, all levels of promotion and all interest from researchers to clinicians to, peer educators. That is something that we are all unified around. And that is something that kind of we just hold as a core.
I think the concept of the niche is still really important. I know it's an old concept of well, what are you about? And so if you think about some of these traditional pathways, research, it kind of makes sense that you're going to naturally probably find a research area that is your own. But in education, I think it's really easy to dabble in a lot of different things, but when it comes down to promotions and like the educator pathway, what do you get to kind of hang your hat on? So even on that, kind of educator or other things, I think, finding a specific niche that you can make your own. So I can have a lot of people arguing with me that this is a thought process, but it makes it almost easier for you or easier for your position in your department to kind of discuss and identify when it comes to promotions. I'll give you an example, and I use this all the time. So my niche is wilderness medicine. It makes a lot of sense working in New York City, right, or around New York City. And it was very funny when I was up for promotions for professor. The feedback I got back from the committee was, we don't know what wilderness medicine is, but he seems like an expert in it. So,
Good job.
thank you. So, that's N01 or anecdotal, but at some level, it does make sense where you kind of build this whole portfolio of teaching, but it's really kind of oriented around some central themes, and those themes can certainly change over your career, but I think it makes it easier to find.
And I think, you touched on a portfolio. We decided each faculty, when they have feedback from residents and other learners, students, we try to keep it all in one portfolio so that it takes it off the faculty member, in addition to all the contributions that their updated CV and a portfolio, and awards, all that in one dossier. That when it's time for promotion, it's already on there.
That's awesome. We are going to just ask briefly, when and how do you join forces on faculty development? What have been the strategies you've used to partner with other departments, either within your institution or across institutions, or even reaching out to national committees or organizations?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that's difficult is, I'm sure with all universities and hospitals, there's probably a lot of resources that are local, and it's just kind of finding those and collating those. And this has actually been a topic of discussion with the Faculty Development Committee here at SAEM. It's how do you get this information? What's the needs assessment, and how do you get it to people? So I think it's all of the above. So formal collaborations within your department, within your institution, within your school, but then less formal as you come here, and opportunity to network and get involved with so many either your own personal pathway or to help kind of figure out those pathways that emergency physicians need. That could live here, right? That could live at SAEM. But I think this is an area that is still ill-defined, and the opportunity for growth is there. So I think the first step is probably knowing what you have at your hands. Number two is knowing what resources you may have to provide resources for your staff that may need this, and that's on the outside. But three, then also knowing what you don't know, like knowing what's the needs assessment for kind of everyone, and how do you work with your institutions like SAEM or AEM or ASAP or all the above about being able to provide those resources for its members.
I mean, I think there's resources that as leaders we know about and we have to fund, right? There's resources and there's issues the faculty know about that they want to be developed in, and they need to, they need to have the resources to do that, but I think they need the autonomy to help develop and to identify areas that they think as a group we can work on. And I think there's the national resources that we can provide the opportunity to have access to. But faculty development, in a lot of ways, is it is a team sport with individual players. And I think that a lot of it needs to be driven by the goals of the individual. And we are just kind of there too. I mean, a lot of times I'm just there to write a check sometimes to make sure that things can be done.
Vice Chair's interest group also was an opportunity for people to discuss and share ideas and collaborate as well.
I think some ideas that came out too in my informal needs assessment of people, was especially for mid-career mentoring. that sometimes that can be a good opportunity for reaching out outside your institution or your department, because you do end up with, you get to a different skill set, right? Of like, you've got the basics down of your niche and some of the other areas, but you need that extra level. And I think you spoke about that, Dr. Lima, about especially for people who didn't feel represented in the department, that there might be opportunities outside the department as well to find that group. But I think that that's a great opportunity to be here. I'm going to make sure that we stay close to on time. The case study is actually my own case study, because I put together the slides. What we did at LA County USC, now LA County, I'm sorry, not LA County, LA General Medical Center. We actually restarted a process a couple years ago. In the midst of COVID, a lot of our faculty development activities that have been in person kind of stopped, and then our longtime faculty development champion took retirement, and so we kind of had to start over. Also in response to an ACGME survey question where people are like, what faculty development? We were like, well, we gotta rebrand this. So Dr. Tyra, who wasn't able to be here today, and I went through a process. We really started with a formal needs assessment, and we also checked what resources do we currently have, and decided that we wanted to have like a regular structure to kind of signpost faculty development, because that's a big thing in clinical education teaching right now, is like signposting the teaching. Like, you get the presentation, you're like, okay, now I'm going to teach you, which is exactly what you did before, you just didn't say, I'm going to teach you. So we wanted to signpost our faculty development activities. So we did a needs assessment with a survey that went out to the faculty at large, but then also some small group interviews and individual interviews with faculty members from different divisions, asking what areas are currently excellent and what areas do we need to grow. And we also met with department leadership to talk about that. And what came out of that is that we actually had a lot of internal expertise within our department, but it wasn't necessarily recognized across the department that we had these experts there, right? Because we all know each other clinically. And almost exclusively 95% of our faculty are clinical faculty, and also research or admin or ultrasound or whatever else they are. But we didn't do a lot of talking about our development activities. We talked about our clinical work. And that there were a lot of institutional programs that we were underutilizing, we weren't bringing into our department. And then also there's just a lot of different resources available through different national organizations that we could be partnering with, or we could be viewing together as a group, or we could be attending a conference together. When we got started, one of the big things we did was to notify and publish the schedule ahead of time, and to work with our scheduler. So we wanted to have time. We have our faculty meeting time where we synced with that, because that was already protected. But if we wanted to have a larger event for our faculty, we had to plan 6 months in advance. And those kind of decisions had to be made farther in advance than I think we initially anticipated when we first took this role on. And then we also wanted to mix internal resources with external resources. One, to highlight our faculty members that were doing amazing things and to build those connections, but also to help our faculty think about reaching outside the department as they were developing their own individual goals. And this was for more of the broad scale everybody activities, but then we also had peer coaching groups organized on faculty goals. So we had all the faculty members interested in peer coaching groups send their 3 goals for the year, and then organize them around similar goals. So some of them had a lot of them had the goal of writing a manuscript. So we actually split them into people who are interested in like a pure clinical research group, and then an operations QI group, so that they could really work on their own skills within those. We had a couple people that were developing fellowships, so we got them all mixed together. We actually had a group that was just interested in national leadership, right? And so that they could work together and set goals on that as part of their process. And then we established a recurring schedule, right? Because we know that frameworks help people move forward. So we had the same framework every 6 months, where we had a master class, which was our internal faculty presenting one of their own areas of excellence, and how they had built that career niche and how to help other people think about taking that role. We had an institution-specific resource session. One was accessing all of the resources available through the library, which is not just books, but all the support services available for both clinical and research faculty. We have an outside speaker once every 6 months. Our peer coaching groups have a dedicated session during that protected faculty development time. And then we do a clinical skills refresher. Every 6 months, we have a session that is focused on one type of clinical skill, but we take the whole morning after a very abbreviated faculty meeting to meet about this. And so we have to really plan those ones far in advance to make sure that everyone has the time off. And then we give everybody a month off, usually December and June, because we're all tired by that point. And I don't have my results slide, but we actually, we went from having about 30% of people being satisfied with their faculty development to 93% on the core survey. So we had really good success with some of this. And some of this was a fair amount of work, and some of this was just signposting and making sure that people were aware, faculty were aware of the efforts that were going towards their development and calling it what it was. So we've restarted, we've gone 2 years strong, and I'm passing off to some other people in my department now, which is also fun. But I think it's been a great opportunity for me to learn a lot about this and to meet some great people. I wanted to leave some time for people to ask their own questions, especially if you're taking on this role or starting a program about faculty development programs and what you might want to know.
Specifically about signposting, can you just give an example of what you literally mean by that? Are you putting out an email? Are you putting out a Twitter, a tweet? Like, what are you doing to actually draw
We're told to tweet. So mostly it's by email. Faculty still like email, although we do group text sometimes. But we have a line in the faculty meeting now. We have chairs update, we have residency update, operations update, various other things that need to happen in that meeting. And then the last item on every faculty meeting is faculty development session, and then what that is. And so we make sure that every meeting clearly states this is the faculty development session, right? And I think sometimes prior to that there was a faculty development session, but it wasn't labeled that way. It was labeled, airway equipment update, right? As opposed to faculty development session, innovations in airway equipment, right? And some of it, I hesitate to say that it was only branding, because it's not just branding, it's helping your audience be ready to receive that information and making sure that they're aware that it's focused on developing them. The other thing, we have to get going? 1 minute.
Repeat the question.
Repeat the question. The question was, what do we mean by signposting? And so some of it, signposting, the other thing is like a signpost in real life, they all look the same within a city, right? Like that's part of how you know it's a signpost, and that framework helps you. So being consistent in our messaging and how we structured it. And a lot of it came from education theory, to be honest. These are things that we know for best practices in educating trainees is use the same framework. Don't make them figure it out every time, right? And turns out faculty like that too.
Yeah, it's just really as simple as, because our med student educator always tells me, you need to tell the students that you're watching them do a physical exam. So on the survey, they don't say that no one watched them do a physical exam. So it's just really clearly stating that this is actually the time for faculty development today.
Right.
I have a question, and my name is Nancy Kwan. I'm the Vice Chair of Emergency Medicine at Long Island Jewish. I work with Dr. Gupta, and I just wanted to hear all of your perspectives. I think this is a great conversation regarding faculty development. I think one of the things that, we've encountered a lot is like people looking at protected hours and what does that mean. I think sometimes people don't have understand the concept, and we try to sort of like teach on it and explain it, and I think sometimes the negative aspects are kind of, there's people who consider them as the have-nots versus the haves, and a lot of times people ask the question, how do I get more protected time? And a lot of times I don't feel that's the right question. I feel the right question, or a better question is what is your passion? I think that's what leads to protected time. So I wanted to hear how each of you address these conversations, and then for people who use protected time well, that's not an issue, but have you seen where people are not using their protected time appropriately? And I know these are hard questions and conversations, but I would love to hear your perspective.
Whole nother hour.
Yeah, Nancy. I think that the challenge around protected time and how I also heard some great conversations about this meeting, and really what we're talking about is time not funded by clinical effort, right? And so we've done our specialty in a way of disservice in academics, especially when we talk in shifts. Because if I tell somebody they work 13 shifts, they're like, yep, that's my job, 13 shifts. And we forget that 13 shifts includes time or hours for academic pursuits. And it is really important, especially in this new generation coming up, to understand that their job is just not the shifts. It is the totality of that time that we work. So we have been working really hard to get away from shifts and change to hours, because it's easy for me to explain to somebody that a full-time, according to my boss, is 2,040 hours a year, which is 40 hours a week, and we only work clinically this amount of time. And we know we've got to recover a certain amount of time, but there is some time built in for academic efforts. And really when we give time that is not funded by clinical revenue, I make an effort to be as transparent. There's a sheet that says absolutely what everyone gets based on roles.
And I think where it's a marketing issue, that signposting is all marketing and trying to help our faculty develop what they're doing. Sometimes it's not shown as scholarly or innovative or impactful, and I think it's helpful for us to try to develop that part of it to show the impact and also the visibility of what their work, and then try to advocate for non-clinical time.
So thank you all. This is a really great presentation. Zach Meisel, Vice Chair for Faculty at Penn. So I have two quick questions that are hopefully narrow and quick enough that I can ask two, that relate specifically to this presentation. One of which is about peer coaching and how to navigate the confidentiality issues that are so essential with coaching in general in a peer situation. I don't know if you have any experience or thoughts with that. And then the second question is really about institutional resources, again, something that was really nicely highlighted here. How you might think about one struggle we have is that many of the institutional resources are sort of earmarked for specific groups and creates kind of a have and have not, particularly around sort of research or more academic versus more clinical, but also among certain affinity groups, et cetera. It creates a challenge when you're trying to sell some of these institutional resources to my overall faculty, but some of them are really, frankly, exclusionary or inclusive only of certain types of folks. So I don't know if you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, for when we started this program, we went in with this is optional. People are spending their non-clinical time developing themselves as they see fit, but we wanted this to be as broad as possible, and that's why we had both the large group format and the peer coaching format. And the peer coaching was really emphasis specific, that tended to cluster a little bit by either career level or by area of emphasis, not necessarily like tox and ultrasound definitely ended up together sometimes because they both wanted to work on a paper or they both wanted to work on fellowship skills. The peer coaching was optional. 65%-ish or so of faculty decided to join one. Not everyone did, and it definitely trended towards the more senior faculty not joining a group, and also the people that were kind of part-time, if that makes sense. If they were, less than 0.75 FTE, they really didn't put their efforts into that. And we just set the guidelines. We haven't had any complaints or issues of people saying, things weren't kept confidential. And we're not that large of a faculty. We're under 50 for our one main site, and so we all know what everyone's up to anyway. But I think the other thing that we really emphasized was I want to say personal responsibility, personal initiative, that this was about developing yourself, and that in aggregate, we will cover all the bases that need to be covered, but people needed to find the passion that they had. And we kept the large group formats to things that really crossed those overall, everybody needs these skills, and left things like manuscript writing or grant proposals or some of the really technical operation stuff that I am not an expert in, to the peer groups.
I think it's really what you consider peer coaching, right? So when we think about coaching, there can be peer coaching, which is a physician, that formal coaching relationship, which is much different than getting groups together. Mm-hmm. And I do not believe, we have a a physician coaching program at UT Southwestern. The person who's completed that is not going to coach anybody within our department. But we can use those peer coaches to come in and coach groups within our department from outside. So that confidentiality is kind of separate. And I think those are more formal relationships that really confidential.
That's a good point. This is not remedial peer coaching. This was aspirational growth peer coaching, if that makes sense too, because I think that those two terms can be used in different ways to mean different things, and you do have to really clarify at the outset what you mean with that.
Great, thank you.
I would say thank you to my panel. I really appreciate everyone's time and coming in. Thank you.
Just happens to be there.
What other things to do.
Like if you get purchased.
See ya.
Chair.
See you going.
Can we go for say 2 o'clock? Y'all ready? All right, welcome everyone. It is officially 2 o'clock, so we're gonna get started with the session. This is Sailing Through Your Next Submission, publication advice from the editors of AM ENT. This is meant to be kind of a panel where we want to ask, and answer questions. I have a whole list of questions I created, like a whole list of them. I can fill up the whole time. but what's more important are the ones that come to your mind. So feel free kind of throughout the session to just, raise your hand, go over the microphone, mostly so that we can record and everyone can hear you well, and ask your questions away, because you have, editors who span, I think, 9 or 10 journals, which is pretty cool. And you have their ears to answer any question you have. Maybe not, a specific paper. You're like, hey, why didn't you accept that? But we can try. And so with that in mind, I figure we could start off by just introducing ourselves and kind of our role in the context of, peer review and editorship.
Thanks, Mike. I'm Lainey Yaris. I'm at Oregon Health and Science University, and I'm on the editorial board for both Academic Emergency Medicine Education and Training and the journal AEM. And I also serve as one of the deputy editors for the Journal of Graduate Medical Education. Super excited to talk about this topic and answer all of your questions. Please feel free to ask away.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jamie Jordan, also on the editorial board for AEM ENT, as well as BMC Medical Education, and a guest editor for the West Gem Cord Educational Supplement.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Promise. I'm from Penn State University and serve as the editor-in-chief for AEM ENT and also as a reviewer for multiple different journals. I'm glad you're all here today.
And then I'm Mike Gottlieb. I'm at Rush in Chicago. I'm an editor on Annals of Emergency Medicine, AEM ENT, of course, AGEM, WestGem, JMIR. I'm pretty active in peer review and a lot of stuff as well, and I'm happy to work with this amazing panel and lend insights, and mostly just moderate and answer questions as they arise through it. And so, kind of as a starting question, as we think through kind of the arc of projects. It all starts with a good question, right? You have to have a good question. So how do you come up with a good question? How do you find out the question that's going to be the one that you think is going to get published?
I don't know. I think one of the most important things is probably read a lot, so you kind of know what's out there, what people care about, and then I think follow what you care about, what you're interested in, and that you're going to really put some passion into.
I think the other thing when you're trying to come up with a good question is not only read a lot, but talk to a lot of different people, because you don't want it just to be interesting to you, right? You want it to be interesting to a large audience, and try to align whatever it is you're working on, again, and find a journal that it'll fit with. I think that's another important piece to making sure you can get your area of interest published.
I agree with both of those comments, and I think beyond the foundation of is it interesting and is it novel, the most important thing is to really make a strong argument for why that question needs to be answered, and even more importantly, how this is going to change our practice, how this is going to change our practice as educators or education researchers. And that last piece, I think, is probably the one that I see most often neglected in the formulation of the question process.
I love it. A lot of really great pearls in there. I want to expand on a couple of them. One was very early on, kind of Jamie mentioned read more, right? And we hear that a lot when we teach our residents. We're like, you should just read more. But it's not just reading more, it's how you read more. And there's some degree of reading for content as you get familiar with the field. But what I've started doing is, when I read studies, I also read for how they write. I'm like, oh, that's a clever way of framing that. The introduction format, they use a problem gap hook format. They frame their discussion interestingly. This is where they put their conceptual framework. Spoiler alert, we're coming to that next. It's interesting. I learned from that. And I'm like, wow, that's a really clever way of doing it. So I actually read for writing style now, too, which has allowed me to improve how I write. And I like the other piece, too, is in terms of phone a friend. Get an outside opinion. We're all so close to our projects. We get so vested in them. It's nice to have someone who's going to be that contrarian and be like, have you thought about this? The pre-reviewer, too, who's going to say, I don't really think that's going to work. Have you thought about that? And get that before you launch your project. So one of the things being that we're looking at AEM, it's an education-focused journal. And a common, at least a common error I faced in my first number of publications or submissions into education-based journals is they said, where's your conceptual framework? Over and over again. No doubt a reviewer will say that comment. So first of all, what is a conceptual framework and how do I incorporate it?
So a conceptual framework is really a theory or a model for how things work. And the way that I think about this is that it's your own personal understanding of this phenomenon that you're studying. So for example, if you're studying feedback, your framework has to do a lot with what you understand about feedback and the assumptions you're making. And it's really important in the process of writing your paper, usually in the introductions and the methods, to make this explicitly clear to your reader, because that's how readers know, first of all, if they're interested in your study, and then beyond that, how to build upon your study and whether the results will apply to them.
And let me ask you one other kind of related question is, where does it go? Does it go in the intro, the methods, the discussion, each of the above? I know I internally, I still at times struggle with that. I'm like, where should I be putting this? What's your take?
I say for sure in the introduction, and then it will depend if you put it in the methods versus in the discussion or both. It really may end up in all those different areas of your paper, depending on what the conceptual framework is and how much background you need to give to your readers.
All right, and again, I encourage any questions you have, again, feel free to kind of come and, up to the mic and add them in. So one of the things, though, that we hear a lot is write it up, right? If you're going to do a project, you might as well write it up, get your credit for it, right? And I feel like it seems good in theory. I want to get credit for the work I'm doing. And so I'm going to write up the given project, the course I've done. But half the time it ends up being something that you put the work into and it doesn't end up being something publishable. So what pearls and pitfalls do you have thinking now about a project if you wanted to write up that you wish you'd known for program evaluation or for trying to write up a project that you've either are planning to do or have done?
I guess I'll start. I think it's really important to plan early. I've definitely been one of those folks who tried to get something published at the end and figured out that there were major fatal flaws that I couldn't overcome. So I think really planning ahead of how you're going to disseminate this work in one way or another, and getting, if you don't have the expertise, getting some mentorship or some expert advice about how to do so right from the get-go, so you can be strategic in your planning and your carrying out of your project, including the dissemination aspect.
So I love it. I mean, it's like any other study, right? If you consult your statistician after you've done the work, they're like, well, it's great. I would have done these 7 other things that you didn't collect. And I think the same thing applies to our projects. The write it up is often the thing we hear when we did the study. And we should really almost be internalizing this to some degree, right? Is that if I'm going to do a project, well, first of all, is it a good study question? So using out the excellent points that Lainey brought up in terms of laying out your finer criteria. And then saying, all right, what do I need to collect to make sure I'm successful when I'm going to actually write up? How do I make sure that I'm best set up for successful publication? And it almost leads itself into, what do I assess? Like, we often kind of send these surveys after our course, and how do I best optimize that? What outcomes should I collect? And how do I make sure that I capture the most useful ones to increase my chance of actually publishing this at the back end?
Yeah, to kind of build off that, I think that a lot of times in my career when I've heard, oh, you should write that up, it was meant to be advice coming from a very good place, but it actually wasn't good advice for the format that was being suggested. And I like to reframe that as, how can you get multiple wins for all of this important work that you're doing? And if you're doing an educational project, I think it's really important to be scholarly about it, to do it in a rigorous way, to disseminate it and talk about it with the community, but that might not be writing it up for a journal. That might be another form of scholarship. It might be publishing in a curriculum repository, or thinking about it leading to doing some kind of a review or synthesis work. But I think choose carefully in terms of when you decide to try to turn an education project into research, as much as I'm an advocate for both, because our time is so precious and not all education projects are well suited to the type of write-ups that we think about when we're reading through our journals.
I'm just going to add one more point for planning early. I think having that goal, are you setting out to create a curricular innovation? Is this going to be a program evaluation? Is this going to be a research study? Knowing what type of scholarship you're intending to disseminate this as from the beginning will really help direct how you perform your activities going through it.
I love that. And so let's go another direction. Let's start with a survey of the audience. Raise your hand if you've done a survey study. Wow, that was like 90%. All right. So pretty common, right? We see them. How often do you see who's seen a survey study in the listserv in the past month? All right. So we receive them. We see them all the time, right? This is something that's common. When you think about your last survey study, and you first came, or maybe the first survey study you're going to do, who here thought it was going to be pretty easy when you came up with the concept the very first time you did it? Y'all thought it was going to be hard? All right. The first one I did, I thought it was going to be really easy. It seemed easy in theory. I sent out a survey. It's like, this is great. I don't have to recruit any patients. And then I actually did it, and I was like, wow, this is really hard. I'm struggling to get response rates. I'm struggling to, try to figure out how to even use this data. It always seems good in theory. We use this a lot. It's very common. But we struggle with it, and the majority of them do not get published. So let's figure out how to fix that. Looking back on survey studies, the stuff you've done, the stuff you've read, what are some pearls and pitfalls to make sure we're more successful with them?
I'm going to say that pearl that I would offer the group is have other people take your survey, trial it before you actually send it out to multiple people. Because sometimes you're just so close to the material that you can't see a very obvious flaw to other people, especially when you give options that people have to pick from and the options don't work for everyone. So again, trial it with others before you move forward.
Yeah, I think to Susan's point about really piloting, you really want to describe and be thoughtful and deliberate about the development of your survey instrument and make sure that you're collecting and then also telling your reader what sort of validity evidence that you gathered in support of use of that survey.
I agree. And also, I've sat in multiple rooms where there have been statements made about, like, we will not take survey studies, not with this group of editors, but with other groups of editors. And my personal opinion is, just like other methods, survey is neither a good method nor a bad method. The question is really, is this a good method for what you care about? And so if you care about participant perceptions in a way that can actually be quantified or qualitatively explained on a survey can be a great method, but it still requires a lot of work to do it the correct way. So I would think about really matching your question to the method, whether it's a survey or any other form of data collection that you decide to use.
That's such a great kind of overarching almost concept is, what are you trying to study, and how does that question align with the methods? Because you can survey anything, but is survey the right model? If I want to understand, if we think about a survey study, right, we're often trying to gather this information from someone. And if I want to understand maybe their lived experience going through something like what's the experience of performing procedures as a first-year, resident? Well, I could use a survey and get some information from there, but it's going to be superficial. It might be a couple lines, right? If I really want to delve there, maybe qualitative is a better method to actually interview them and get much more dense information. Or maybe I want to understand the distribution of procedures across a variety of different learners. I could send them a survey and maybe a third of them respond and I have a skewed sample set. Or maybe I do something more. There's different ways of answering your questions. But there's other times where maybe the survey is really that best method. If I want to gather, individual site data from each site, it's going to be really hard to get a DUA to share all that information across there, but I can probably get a survey where they can give me this information. If I, for example, want to look at distributions of scheduling or parental leave policies, I may have better luck getting through a survey method. So mirroring it to the questions is going to be really helpful. So if you're going to do the survey study, I think there's certain words that will almost universally have a response from a reviewer. One of them is if you mix up the term assessment and evaluation. And another one is saying the word validated survey. I know I've said it in the past. I know I've seen it a lot. So why don't people like the term validated survey? And what is validity evidence?
It is a term that evokes a lot of emotions. Really, if you, kind of the current thinking is that there's no such thing as a validated instrument, and that every time you use the instrument, you should collect evidence that supports its use and its score interpretation for your specific context. Unless an instrument was created for the exact same context that you will be using it in, and that's been published, you really need to demonstrate additional validity evidence. And I think about validity evidence like when you're writing a term paper back in the day, you're really trying to kind of like pull together an argument, pulling from different evidence sources to support your view or your opinion. And for validity evidence for an instrument, you're collecting multiple types of validity evidence. The 5 types are content validity, response process, internal structure, relation to other variables, and consequences. And you're really collecting as much as you can or as much as you think is useful for this project to demonstrate to your readers that this instrument is actually measuring what it intends to measure, that the respondents' responses mean what I think that they do, and that we can kind of trust these results, that they mean something.
There are a couple of different frameworks out there that you can refer to that I find really helpful to kind of have in front when I'm trying to supply this evidence. So Messick's, like Lady mentioned, also Kane. I'm sure there's other ones, but probably those are the 2 most common that I think we see.
And so, I think that that's one of those things that I agree. It speaks to really the false dichotomization. When you say it's a validated survey, you're implying it's a on-off switch. It's either validated or it's not. And we see this in the emergency department, right? If you're PERC negative, you're not actually a 0 risk of PE, you're less than 2% risk. Your risk stratification that we see for ACS, the risk stratification we see across almost every disease process, nothing is perfect. And the same thing exists for validity evidence. You can have high amounts of it, significant, you have less, but it's never a perfect thing because there's always some difference. The study tool that I use at Rush, if I use it among Rush EM residents and I try to use the exact same study tool among, OHSU faculty, the tool is the same, but it's a different population. It may not have sufficient validity evidence for that population. I'm asking a whole bunch of questions that were derived and set up and structured around residents, as opposed to maybe senior faculty. The questions may not match. They may not fit. They may not have the strong validity evidence. So that's where a lot of, I feel like, to me, that comes from, is that sense of trying to create a false dichotomization, like it's an on-off switch, but it's not. It's a dimmer. And how comfortable you are with how low the lights run on that dimmer. Now, you mentioned a lot of really, so there's a lot of different frameworks. I would say Messick is by far probably the most common. And you mentioned 5 really big terms really quickly. And I think just because survey studies are common enough, and this doesn't apply, by the way, just to surveys, but would one you feel comfortable kind of just delving into briefly what those terms mean and maybe how you can at least start to demonstrate some of that evidence?
Content validity is, do you have the right content on your survey or your instrument, whatever it is? And you can demonstrate that any number of ways, but usually it's literature search, expert opinion. The important thing is that you justify why you included what you included. Response process validity is usually what we're doing when we're piloting. It's that concept that I spoke about, like how are people reading these questions? Are they interpreting them the way that I think that they are? What do their responses mean? In addition to piloting, like speaking aloud about the questions with colleagues can be very helpful. Internal structure has to do with reliability and also like how many different things are we talking about in this instrument. Sometimes we talk about factor analysis or other forms of kind of looking at rate or reliability in terms of internal structure. Relationship to other variables is if you're creating an instrument to measure something and there's also another measure and those things are very closely related, then there should be a correlation between the scores using your instrument and the existing instrument. And then consequences is really kind of nebulous and vague, but it basically means what are the consequences of the results of your instrument, and do those make sense with what you know? Do they make intuitive sense? So if you are trying to measure like overall readiness for residency with an instrument, does that correlate with like what the CCCs thought? And how does that impact the trainee?
That was an awesome summary of a really highly complex topic that people write books about. How I often kind of sometimes look at this from a practical standpoint, because I want to be practical, is each time you go down that list, you're adding more validity evidence, you're strengthening your submission. Steps 1 and 2 are very easy to do locally with no resources, with no funding. Step 1 and 2 is, did you search the literature and say that you did this, right? Did you identify prior tools and adapt them or explain how you adapted them? Did you talk to experts who, by the way, include you because you are doing the study, you're interested, you've done the lit search, you are an expert. You can say content validity, boom, points right away. You could say, all right, response process, did you pilot it with people? And that's actually a big one. I will say the number of times that I thought I had a question written perfectly, it was so clean, so crisp, I piloted it, and they completely misinterpreted it. And I had to change the question. Happens a lot. And then you have this data, and you're like, I don't know what to do with it. The data's all over the place. I can give you maybe an example here. If I ask the question, on average, how many shifts per week do your residents work? Seems clean, pretty crisp, right? That seems very logical. How could that be misinterpreted? Well, what if they have mixed ED and ultrasound shifts or ED and PEM shifts? What if they have some shifts on vacation, let alone if they have to average that across the year? When you talk it through, it may make more sense to do it across, well, how many shifts do a resident work across a given block? Well, how long is a block? Is it 28 days? Is it 21 days? Is it 30 days? Things that we take for granted because we look at it from our lens, from what we've done, from what we have at our shop, can be completely misconstrued when you talk to others. And so I'm a big fan of think alouds. I'll actually have the person, a couple people, at least one person who's not in my institution, take it step by step and tell me how they interpret the question. And it is incredibly useful. If you do that, 2 things. So you did content, you did response process, you'll be having a much stronger method section than about 95% of the surveys that we probably see, and you'll substantially increase your likelihood of publication. Those 2 simple things. 3 and 4, that usually requires a statistician, not always, and it will give you more evidence. That's the ones where you're looking at relationship to internal variables and then to external variables. And if you do that, that's great. I'll give you more evidence. But I think if you even do 1 and 2, it will make your study so much better, and that costs you nothing. All right, I have a ton of other questions, but I want to pause here and say, what questions do you have? I want to encourage the questions that are on your mind that you always wish you could ask. So.
Hello. So I get that we need conceptual frameworks. That's been kind of beaten into me. As I'm new in this, how do you suggest people go about learning how to identify conceptual frameworks, or what are they, or where do we find them, or how do we figure out which ones to use?
Again, I think reading, sometimes there's some nice collections that folks have put out there in terms of the most commonly used conceptual frameworks. Sometimes there isn't something that's already been well established or written about, and you sort of have to piece together things from different theories or different things that you've read in the literature, and that's okay too. I think taking advanced coursework in terms of education research methodology is a great source, but obviously time intensive. But those are probably some of the ways that I've gotten more experience and information regarding conceptual frameworks.
I want to echo the comment about reading. So if you have an area that you're interested in, I would try to search out research around that topic, because I think you'll end up finding examples of conceptual frameworks that will fit for what you're doing. If you're looking to get more education in the area, one program you may or may not be aware of is MERC, Medical Education Research Certificate. So the AAMC offers that program, and they also do it at Cord. So we have MERC at Cord would be another place to go, and that topic would definitely be covered.
And I love that question because conceptual frameworks for me were pretty intimidating the first couple times I had to start coming up with them because there's so many. How do I choose the right one? And if I'm choosing one, am I limiting this? Is someone going to say, well, that's the wrong one? And they may, because there's no perfect conceptual framework. There's different lenses. Some are better, some are less ideal. But if you come up with one that's reasonable and the reviewer finds a better one, great. Now you have a better one, free pass. And now you know that for the next time. There are ones you can scope down and get narrower and narrower. But at the end of the day, there's no perfect one. Looking at some, as laid out, looking at some of the existing articles, you'll actually start to pick up conceptual frameworks for other similar studies, and all of a sudden you'll realize, I started off, for example, a study in I just study on podcasts and the ability to do this driving versus seated. And I started out with that my initial theory was going to be cognitive load theory, and I thought that made sense because how much can we pay attention? That seemed logical. It was one I was familiar with. And then I dove the literature further and looked at things, and I was like, oh, threaded cognition. Oh, that's clever. That has to do more with actual pathways and like the types of learning you do. And there's probably other ones I could have used as well. But I wouldn't have come across that had I not done my lit search. And so some of that comes off the lit search. You start to identify these different theories. What other questions y'all have? And so as, you know, again, come to the microphone as things come up. I want to start to delve in the paper a little bit. Since you all read a lot of papers, let's start to break it out. So the intro is the thing that's going to grab the attention, you know, after the abstract. It's the first thing you see before you get to the methods. Looking at the intros you've seen in papers, what do you feel like are the kind of key elements and some of the pros and pitfalls to have an introduction that's catchy, that grabs the reader, that situates the study?
I think being catchy is really important. You know, when you read a lot of papers, you want something that people are just going to read the first few sentences and say, oh, this is really interesting to me. And then be concise. Try not to use a lot of abbreviations. You know, when it comes to a journal, they're going to kick it back to you if you haven't spelled out whatever it is you're trying to talk about. But I think about it as, you know, a newspaper article, but we don't do that very often, right? Read newspapers anymore. But they have catchy titles. You know, is there something that's going to draw your audience in and say, I want to learn more about that?
I also like to see when, you know, your homework has been done, so there's really a clearly articulated problem statement and a review of the literature so that the reader can understand what is known, while very also, you know, clearly specifying what is unknown and how your study is actually going to fill that void, and then that would pique my interest a lot more as well.
Yeah, echo the concise and the doing your homework. And if somebody mentioned the problem gap hook heuristic, and if you're not familiar with that, it is Lorelei Lingard's work. And if you just Google Lingard problem gap hook, you'll come up with a paper. And I think that that is a really, really great way to think about how to make your argument in an introduction concisely. And you just need to reference the specific literature that supports that problem gap hook. Oftentimes I see a lot of literature in the background or introduction that's not necessary, and so problem gap hook is my favorite.
Honestly, anything by Lorelei Lingard, if you look at it in PMed, it's phenomenal. She's an education researcher, but also a literary scholar. So she's very clever about how you can frame things, how you can use semicolons, and how to use quotes properly. And there's short 1 to 2 page primers that really improve your writing. I agree 100% with everything the group has said thus far. One of my other things that I will often see that will usually raise a little bit of a red flag to me is if someone says this is novel and never been done before. Because nothing's ever been never done before, right? Things have evolved, they're unique, they have a novel angle, but usually there's something similar. And that's really where you situate your gap. You say, here's a prior study, here's the thing I brought that's different. And the more that you can elucidate that, it speaks to, you know, doing your homework, but it also better situates, okay, this is the gap, this is the unique angle that we're approaching here. And almost always there's a unique piece of it. No study is perfectly identical. But being conscious of, you know, find those prior studies and then identify and call out, this is what I'm bringing to the table. This is why mine is unique, novel, in the context of that prior work. All right, so you wrote this intro, the reader's hooked, we're all interested. Then we gotta get to the methods section, which I think is the one that more commonly people are prone to say, oh, I'm just gonna skip the methods because it's like more painful, it's less interesting, I wanna know the results. But the method's what sells your paper. So what are the key elements of a methods section? What do you see specifically that tends to be left off or problematic in papers that don't get accepted?
I think lack of clarity around methods. We talked a little bit earlier about survey development, not describing how you developed your survey, how you validated your survey, I think is really important. And in medical education literature, there's a lot of use of qualitative work. So making sure it is very clear how you plan to assess whatever your problem is that you put forward. I'd say that's a key part from my perspective.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the clarity. Remember, you want the reader to be able to replicate this study just by reading the methods. I think the other thing that I've noticed is if there are interesting decisions made in terms of your study design or your methods, I think providing a rationale for why you chose to do things that way is also important for understanding, again, and orienting the reader to what you did and why.
I think those are phenomenal pearls. It's always hard when you read modify and you're like, okay, well, how did you modify it and why? And that helps you understand because it's pretty common. In fact, almost no one does a real Delphi. Everyone modifies their Delphi. That's why I always say modify Delphi, but how you modify it is what matters. What did you do differently? How did you take an existing tool and you modify it? What did you do differently? That's incredibly useful. Helps us understand how we can apply it for ourselves. All right, so we got through the intro, we got through the methods. I have a sense of what you were going to do. And you get the results. And results always seem so easy because you're just like, I'm just going to report what I did. And you can, but there's results that are really easy to dive into, and there's some that are really painful, and at the end of it, you're like, I don't know what you found. So how do I delineate that? How do I best optimize my results to make sure that we actually can understand and use the data that you gather?
This is when the use of diagrams, charts, tables are really helpful. It should be simple for the readers to understand what the results were. And as much as you can put it in a pictorial view, the better. I would say that's kind of the key take home from my perspective.
I'll just say my pet peeve is when I see a lot of sort of more discussion and interpretation in the results section rather than in the discussion section. That really kind of just turns me off.
And again, in the spirit of brevity, not repeating things that you've already displayed in a text or a figure also in the text. You can do one or the other. And then I think that step that Mike was alluding to of like taking a step back and really taking the time to absorb your results and think about it and think, what did I really find here and what's the most important part to present? You're usually not presenting all of your results, but you're presenting the most important ones. So taking the time to really process that before you start writing the discussion can be helpful in making sure that it makes sense in terms of the most important findings.
And that visualization is so key. We don't often take advantage of it nearly as much as we should, and we're not always as broad as the options are. I think we tend to like bar charts because we're used to seeing bar charts, and that's our model. But there's a lot of more clever ways you can do things, like drop-down analyses, you can do pie charts. Ultimately, look at the data and figure out how it can display in a way that makes sense, that allows me to compare it, matching what I found. And so they've done some studies, and they look at comparisons of abstracts versus infographics. Let me use this as an analogy here and say, the abstract is very much text-heavy. It's just, here's everything we found. The infographic is the visualization of that. It's visually oriented. Which one do you think results in more people opening the paper? Who says abstracts read? Okay, who says the infographic? All right, excellent. Well, you're very good test takers, and you know how that kind of game works. But yes, it is infographics. It is a substantial increase in it because it comes down to we're visual learners. We want to see things. And ultimately, studies aren't about doing the study. It's about disseminating that knowledge. Yes, you do the study, but if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, it doesn't really matter. Well, environmentally, yes, but separate from that. In the context of the paper, if no one's able to see it, you can't disseminate it, people can't read it, well, that's a missed opportunity. And we have to keep in mind that the average reader of our study is not just those who live in our specialty and our sub-niche and those who are particularly interested in it. It's the broader end user. So we have to make sure that it's a way that anyone can understand it, even those who aren't hyper interested in our specific niche. And I think that's where the roles can really pop with good visualization, thoughtful ways of disseminating it beyond just text. All right, so you got the results. It's visually appealing. Everyone's excited about that. Now, you said, Lynn, you said, we can't talk about interpretation and the results. So what do we do with the discussion now, group?
I mean, I think in the discussion, that's what you want to see, right? You want to see the interpretation. You want to see how this situates into the context of the current literature and what is already known. And you want to leave readers with how they might take this and apply it going forward in their work and what steps need to be done in the future.
I even suggest, when you first start the idea of designing a study, go ahead and write your methods section, your discussion, even before you have your results. You should know what you're going to come up with, or at least have some idea. You may be proven wrong, but you're doing the study because you think you're going to get a certain result typically. So take the time then to do it and then go back later and then modify it. It's nice to step away from your work, give it time to kind of sit, and then reapproach it with a different lens.
There's a lot of different formats and formulas for writing discussions, but I personally really like when authors just start off with not like repeating everything, but like this is what we found that was most surprising, interesting, or relevant. Just to kind of situate me as the reader in the like, okay, this is like the take-home message of the paper. Now I'm going to hear, as Jamie said, how this compares and contrasts with what we know and what the authors think it means or how people might build off of it.
It's actually kind of hard sometimes because you're like, I want to describe everything we just saw. And there's a tendency to try to like just replicate it. And so every time I catch myself doing that, remind myself that a paragraph ago, they just saw it. That's what the results was. So they just saw that. So no one's forgetting it on discussion. And so when I start to find myself getting really granular in the discussion section, I'll actually try it back and say, all right, they just saw this. I'm going to give a broad stroke statement and then contextualize it. Talk about what it means in the context of existing literature. What should we do with this information? How do we interpret this? That's my next job, because I'm coming as the writer. You're the expert in this topic, so how do you interpret the things you found? I actually want to call out one other thing that Susan had a phenomenal point, which was writing discussion early. That's actually one of my favorite productivity hacks is if you're going to do the study in general, well, your intro and discussion, you could probably do before you write the paper because that was your lit search to come up with the idea. That was effectively your IRB. You can do it much earlier when everyone's got the maximum activation energy, everyone's really excited about your project. That's the perfect time when everyone's staying around waiting to start to write most of your paper. So I'm a big fan of kind of early writing of these things and like thinking about it and then coming back to it with a fresh lens and making sure that you don't, that you can look at it again and say, okay, does this actually make sense with what I'm now seeing? It's like you're being your own peer reviewer in a sense. And so we're talking kind of in the lens of like the traditional original report, brief report, which is intro, methods, results, discussion. And then there's something called an innovation report. So who here has written an innovation report? All right, we got 2. Who here has seen an innovation report or heard of this term before? All right, we're sitting at about maybe 40% of the room. That's awesome. That's good. We can talk about this because I think it's a missed opportunity. As we spoke to earlier, some of that, how do you capitalize on the work you've already done? Innovation report is another really interesting lens. So what is an innovation report? And what are some of your pearls for how we can be successful if we're going to write one up?
So an innovations report is describing something that you've developed or came up with and sharing a little bit about your experience with that. And then hopefully others will enjoy it, get excited about it, and go on and use it and validate what you've innovated on. So usually they're short. You don't necessarily have a lot of data about them. You have some. But it really is kind of that little spark of something new and interesting to get people to want to do more of or maybe modify and further refine.
I think about it as because you've had an amazing idea or you're the first person to do something, it's worth it to get it out there, and we don't necessarily require the same amount of outcomes that we would for a research report, a traditional research report. And so in that vein, because you're getting it out there, it's really important to include things like, here's all of the materials that I've created so that others can actually implement this at their site. Here's the feasibility data. We kept track of what the time required was, the costs, the staff, and I'm going to report that to you so you know if this is going to be feasible to implement in your site. And here is user acceptability data in terms of, did the learners buy in? Did the faculty buy in? Was it sustainable? All of the things that you would want to know if you were actually going to implement this innovation, which is the goal.
I appreciate all the framework and obviously the information you're providing, but I'd also like to appreciate maybe what your thoughts are on obviously what's going on with AI and how we can kind of leverage that, because all of us are going to use it. So I'm just being transparent. Yeah. So obviously we want to use it in a smart way. So what would you suggest, and how can we obviously entertain putting that into our submissions?
Yeah. Perfect timing. Tomorrow we have an editorial board meeting for AEM ENT, and that's on my list of topics to discuss. And tomorrow I'm doing the keynote session and really to start talking about what does AI mean to us when it comes to research. Jeff Klein, who's the editor of AEM, and I have had a few discussions about it. Currently, we are going to start asking for any submission to the journals that SAEM hosts, whether or not people have used AI or ChatGPT in the development. That's where we're at right now. This is fairly new, right? ChatGPT, debuted, kind of went public in November of last year, so not that long ago. I think it's a work in evolution. I don't think people know exactly where we should go with it. We do know that, big news magazines, newscast things are actually using AI to write things, and then they actually have humans, people that are the journalists, to go back and kind of pull out snippets and kind of add where they think you need more clarity, et cetera. But it's new to us. I don't have the answer. There will be a lot of work and talk about it as we move on through the next, I think, few years to kind of better define it. How do you call something your own, right? When you write a paper, you say it's yours. Is it now yours, or does it belong to everyone? I don't know.
I think we're going to see a lot of issues around copyright as well, to that point.
I think that this topic is really front and center for all of the med-ed journals right now. And just in the last couple of months, one of the editor groups I'm in, people have been posting, okay, here's this journal statement, here's this journal statement. So every journal is kind of having conversations about this. And so you can start looking to the author instructions, I think, for how explicit the requirements are right now for disclosing the role that any kind of AI had in your writing process.
So I think it's a phenomenal question. And the theme that I've heard commonly is it's transparency and boundaries. You have to disclose it. Most journals and the general representative societies have said you can't call them an author because ChatGPT is not a human. It cannot take ownership. It cannot take responsibility. Therefore, won't meet the ICMG criteria. And most of us probably have horror to ridiculous stories of hallucinations of references and statements that are clearly false, and it's going to evolve. It's getting better. There's versions that have access to the internet and can, stop making up some of the quotes and things. But I think there are really interesting things that come out of this that's probably going to end up being a more significant impact on us. Part of it is that it should help reduce disparities. Those who come from other countries who don't speak English as a primary language are paying for editorial services to do that, and wouldn't that be great if ChatGPT or some other large language model could do that? Those who have, difficulty writing, who have less training in the specific writing area of it, who have dyslexia, could really benefit from this and get their knowledge out there. And I think how we write really scientifically. We write in a really complex way that no one in the public will largely understand without advanced training or specific interest in our topic. And that does a disadvantage to the end users. And wouldn't it be great if we could have ChatGPT to write something at the level of fifth grader, the same thing we do for informed consents. We say, you can't write this overly technical, no one will understand it. And then we write a paper that's overly technical that no one will understand. Wouldn't it be great if we could just use ChatGPT or something to actually disseminate this in a way that people could understand, so that end users, not just us, but patients, health policy and politicians and those who may actually benefit from, from the information we put out there can actually understand what we wrote in a not overly technical sense. There's all sorts of other things, but we only have so much time here, so that's probably a whole talk in of itself. So let me ask another question. So we've done our paper, right? We may or may not have used ChatGPT, but we did our paper and we put it together. I'm really proud of it. And now where do I submit it to? How do I pick my journal?
I think, again, reading a lot and knowing which journals publish what types of things is probably a first and foremost. There's also collections. The WGEA actually puts out an annotated bibliography of venues that publish education scholarship. So you can reference that. I think they update it every 2 years, and it has just a nice summary of each journal, their targeted audience, what types of work they're published, any types of specific criteria they had. So if you don't have someone you don't know right off the bat where you can submit, that's a really good reference to use. Yeah, it's a WGEA annotated bibliography of, if you Google WGA annotated bibliography, the correct title I'm sure will come up.
I was informed I have to talk about my favorite one, which is Jane, which is a journal author name estimator. If you just Google Jane and journal, it'll show up. In short, you can put in the abstract or the title. It will tell you a list of journals that would publish this likely. Super easy, really interesting, because all of a sudden journals that I wouldn't have thought about will come to list. I'm just like, oh, that's really interesting. And I'll often screen the journals and say, yeah, you know what, this one's way off base, because it still is, it's a computer, it's not perfect. But sometimes I'll find ones that are perfect for it that I would not have thought of, and then it's another one you add to your arsenal. So we went ahead and we submitted to our first journal, and they sent us back revisions. How do we, you all receive revisions, well, you send out revisions a lot. And, most of the time they're accepted. Sometimes they go back for additional rounds. Sometimes they don't get accepted. What do you wish that we all knew about the revisions to make sure that we make the paper most likely to be accepted on that second round?
I think one is just the whole shock value of accepting that revisions are very, very common. I remember the first time that I received my first decision letter with a whole list of revisions, I was just crushed. And just recognize that that's normal, that's expected. It's actually designed to help you improve your work. In terms of really focusing, I would pay close attention to what the editor says in their portion of the decision letter. They usually will give some guidance into what things they think are really important, and they're going to ultimately have the decision of whether your revised version gets accepted or not, and what things are nice, but maybe think about including, but maybe not crucial, in terms of really focusing where you put your effort on terms of that revision.
Yeah, I always think of the accept without revisions as kind of like the champagne tap of journal submissions. 0 RBC is wow, nothing. Reviewer 2, silent.
It's always reviewer 2.
It is. But most of the time you're going to get revisions, that's good. Because you know what? I'd rather have the revisions before it's published than later on when someone writes a letter to the editor saying, oh, you didn't consider this. Right? It's a free pass. You're like, oh, great, I can fix this before it goes out and it gets disseminated. That's just bonus information. And I would just kind of keep in mind that if I'm going to, if you're getting revisions, just always make sure you respond to everything. Even if you disagree, you can say why you don't agree. If they totally misinterpret your paper, consider that maybe we just didn't write it clear enough, and it's a good opportunity for us to write something clear. Or if they misinterpret it, they misinterpret it, I'm not going to make their change. But I might reflect on how I wrote it, and maybe I wrote it in a way that other people who are not the expert, the reviewer selected because they're experts, may also misinterpret it. It's an opportunity for me to improve it. All right, so we're coming up near the end of the talk, so I'm going to ask you all to share what's one final...
Can I just say one more thing? Another thing about responding to reviewers that I learned is I thought you had to do everything that each reviewer asked of you, and that's actually, I learned from these two ladies up here, it's not true. So if there is something that you disagree with from your soul after you've given it some thoughtful reflection, articulating a very nice response about why you disagree with that reviewer is perfectly acceptable too. So just keep that in mind as well.
Notice the nice part. Be nice about your response because you want them to accept your paper. It's okay to disagree, but make sure it's a professional, collegial discussion about why.
So the next time you get a revision from Dr. Yaris, Dr. Jordan, or Dr. Promise, remember they just said that. They said that it's okay to not answer every single comment as long as you respond appropriately. All right, so that being said, as we're kind of closing up the session, what's one final pearl or pitfall or something you'd like to share to help maximize the success of publication?
I'm going to say the one I always say, and people laugh at me about it, but it's follow the instructions, right? There are different types of manuscripts. There are different journals that have different author guidelines. And it's not uncommon. Sometimes a manuscript will be declined from one journal and you want to turn it into another journal see if they're interested in it. But please follow the instructions. They're there for a reason. There's formats that each journal uses, and particular types of manuscripts. There's different manuscript headings that you might be interested in that one journal offers and another doesn't.
I'll say my pearl from more of an author perspective rather than an editor perspective. But start early, as we sort of mentioned before, and write often. I think sometimes if you let things get away with you and you've done everything and you just haven't written up the paper, it becomes very overwhelming. If you start early and do things chunk by chunk, it becomes much more of a manageable task, and you'll be much more likely to have a rapid succession of your publications.
My biggest tip for success is to become a peer reviewer. Because if you are a peer reviewer for a journal, you get this inside look at what the hot topics are, how the journal works. You learn so much from the other reviews and then the eventual editor decision. And becoming a peer reviewer is also a great way to get invited to write things like commentaries. Many journals pull from their top reviewers for editorial board position openings as well. So very, very valuable experience for your own professional development, and it gives back.
The last one, the editor is there to help you. So if you're looking at and you see contradictory reviews or reviewer 1 and reviewer 2 disagree, a comment's really vague, you're not sure if it's something that's critical you address, it's entirely reasonable to reach out, and I have done that. I have been the recipient. I appreciate when someone reaches out and says, hey, I'm not sure how to address this. I don't understand what they're trying to get at. Because it's much actually faster for all of us, for you and for us, when we just have that conversation and say, okay, so here's how we can address this. Here's how I might frame this. Or, you know what, I see where you're coming from. I'm okay with that not being addressed. It saves all the back and forth. It makes things faster. It generally benefits everyone. So don't hesitate to reach out to the editor if there's a question on there that you're not sure how to address, because, again, it benefits all of us. And so with that, I want to thank our amazing panel. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your time. Thank you all for being here.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. Welcome. I'm Jim Miner from Hennepin County Medical Center. Thanks for coming to our session. Joined by Anya and Mark. We're all going to be talking here about dealing with our bosses. We all have a lot of bosses. So it's part of academics, right? So I'm a department chair. And some of the residents in my program are like, why are you giving this lecture? You're the boss yourself. Somebody that works for you should be giving this. Well, I report to the dean, I report to the CMO, I report to the hospital CEO. I've got like 7 or 8 bosses. It seems like you get more bosses as you go through. But we all have a lot of people we have to report to in our work. And sometimes they can make your career, and sometimes they can get in your way. And sometimes the one that makes your career and the ones that gets in your way are the exact same person on a bad day or a good day. And one of the things we can do to make our career work better is to figure out where they're at, figure out what the strengths are, and kind of move them forward. Sometimes your boss tells you stuff you didn't want to hear. And every now and then it's because you're getting really good advice and a hard truth about your biggest shortcoming. And sometimes it's because they're not expressing themselves well and they're trying to get your attention, and they're using the fact that you might pay attention to it because you're looking for that hard truth that's going to make you a better person and driving you to get something in a non-productive fashion. So we're going to talk about that, the non-productive advice that we know isn't meant to really help us, that we can get them off of, to get them where we need them, where they're giving us the good advice that helps us. One of the problems we face is somebody asks you what the typical emergency physician's like, what are you going to answer? We're like the most different group of people, almost by definition, that could possibly be. 1 million different personality types could be happy in emergency medicine. 1 million different ways of responding to stress. And some of us change constantly as we go, right? We're in one of the most stressful industries there can possibly be. And we have a lot of different ways of managing it. So we have to have a lot of different strategies for how to deal with people. We can't just say this is what you do. So we can't give you one solution. But we can talk about how to figure out what's going on. So think about the last 5 times someone you report to didn't go well while I'm talking for the next few minutes, and see if you can start to figure out what was about it that didn't go well. And when I'd like to look at things like this, we'd like to try to break it down into different kinds of problems. Not because the world's that simple where everything can be defined as 20 different personality disease states, but just kind of like you learn how to intubate before you have a sick patient, and the real question then is, when do you need to do it? You learn how to manage a bad situation before it happens, and then all you have to do is identify when you need to pull out those management skills, right? So that's what we're going to try to talk about today, is just what do you need to know beforehand, so when you get into these, you can look and you can figure out where you're at and decide what to do. When you're having an interaction, sometimes you have to really look, and it's not what someone's talking about, it's not how it makes you feel. And that's hard, right? When somebody's saying something to you that makes you upset, all you're thinking about is, this person's hurting my feelings, this person's making me feel bad, this person's talking about something that has nothing to do with me. What you need to do is listen to how they're saying it and what they're talking about, and plan your response based on that, not on how you feel about what they're saying. You have to kind of push aside how you feel about what they're saying just for a second to think about what you're hearing and to try to figure out where to go. Because if you go straight to how this is affecting you and respond on that, a lot of times you're going to make that behavior worse. So we're going to talk about 2 essential skills. The first is blending. It's getting people to like you and figuring out what they want, right? So you've got to do that first. The second is redirecting, where you take someone and you pull them back where you want them to be when they're not acting in a way you want them to. The order you do this is really important, and that's what we're going to talk about quite a bit here. If you try to redirect somebody before you blend and they don't recognize that you're hearing what they're saying, they're actually going to escalate. And if we watched videotapes of bad interactions, which I've done, but it's part of my job, we videotape everything that happens in our critical care area, and I've for years had to watch all the bad interactions, and this is where a lot of this started coming to from me, where one person would do one thing and the other person would respond in exactly the worst way possible to trigger it, because it would make the first person think they didn't hear what they were saying or didn't understand their worry, and it would just explode. So what you need to do is figure out what they're trying to say, blend with it, and then redirect them to the right direction. 2 things you're looking for. The first is their assertiveness. Are they being passive? Are they being aggressive? You pick this up by vocal tone, eye contact, body posture. Passive is like this, right? They're looking at the floor, they're pulling away from you, they're not opening up their body to you, and you want to reflect those behaviors back. Aggressive is they're opening up their body, they have the power stance, making eye contact, assertive tone. They want to see that back, that they know that you understand they're being assertive. And you want to watch that and not even worry about what the words are. Worry about the tone and the body language. And then what are they focused on? Are they focused on a task? Or are they focused on people? You figure that out by just listening to the content. Not worrying too much about what they're talking about, but are they talking about themselves or other people? Or are they talking about a task that needs to be done? Sometimes it's hard, but you have to just really kind of pay attention. This is kind of the difficult part. So are they worried about how this is making them look, how other people are thinking, or how everyone's getting along, or what everyone's doing? Or are they worried about getting something done, or what they are doing, or if what they're doing is going well? Sort those two things out, because you need to reflect it back at them. Puts us into a spectrum. So here's a little, that looks like an egg, doesn't it? We'll call it the egg of cooperation. There's the cooperation zone where somebody's acting in a way that acts normally. We're all there all the time. Every one of us is aggressive and passive based on what's needed at a moment. Every one of us can be task-focused or people-focused. Part of emergency medicine, right? We deal with people, we do a lot of tasks. We all switch back and forth between these things constantly. When somebody moves out of this cooperation zone is when they get hard to deal with. And that's what we're going to kind of try to talk about. A big overview, when you look at this, if you look at a task-focused person has an aggressive stance, usually they want to get something done. And you want to reflect that you acknowledge that they want to get something done first before you try to redirect them back to a cooperative area. If they're being aggressive and they're focused on people, they probably want to get appreciated. They want to get told they're doing a good job, that you like them, that it's all okay. That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for getting it done. If they're being passive and people-focused, they probably want to get along. They want to say, I like you. This is great. That's how you're going to blend with them. And if they're being passive and task-focused, they probably want to get something done perfectly right. And then they want to hear that you're going to get it done perfectly right, and you understand that's what they want. So that's kind of a general overview of what we're looking at today. I'm going to hand it off for our first example.
All right, so we're going to try to put this theory to like more concrete and practice. Like, how do you apply this with the different scenarios and different types of behavior? So we have a case here. It's the case of the resident who is setting up for the central line and the attending who kind of shoves them out of the way because they're taking too long and the central line just needs to get done. You can probably think of actual like real examples from your own experiences of similar situations, right? If you were the resident in this case, how would you address this attending? Any ideas?
Feel free to chime in. Right?
Yeah, and you can use the microphone too, or you can just, I'll repeat it. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think this attending is passive or aggressive? Aggressive, right? So on that level, on the assertiveness scale, this person is aggressive. So you're over here on that egg. Do you think this person is being task-focused or people-focused? Right? They want to get the task done. So on that egg, you are on a task-focused and you're on an aggressive scale. And there's a couple of characters that live in that area, right? So if you look at that top right quadrant, we're going to talk about some common like behavior patterns and how to deal with them, all right? The first one is the tank. The tank is really scary. They latch that aggressiveness onto you. There could be like another 50 people in that meeting, but once they are set on target and the target is you, they will unleash and they will move you out of the way so they can get the central line done, right? It can be really hard in the moment to realize that the tank, that type of behavior is actually task-focused because you have all this anger coming at you, and it's really hard not to take it personally. But if you take a moment to realize that their focus is actually on the task and it's not personal, then you can actually take control of that situation and divert it the way you need it to go. okay? So aggressive, the tank is aggressive and it's task focused. Remember that. So we talked about the strategy of blending and then redirecting. The blending, to blend means to find some common ground. And it can be really difficult to find common ground with somebody that's coming at you like a tank. The easiest place to find that common ground is on that intention, that task. You know what they want, and you kind of have to meet them there. So in the case of that attending, you could say something, yes, I understand we need to get the central line done quickly, right? You understand their motive, and you understand what they're trying to do, and you understand that they're focused on that task and getting it done quickly. And now that you have them on a common ground and an understanding or a report, you have their attention, you can try to redirect it. And now you can use like a more calm voice. So you could say something like we said, you blend. Yes, I understand that you need the central line done quickly. However, if I take my time to set up, I can actually place the line in half the time. So I got this. So you blend it, you brought that attention in, you validated their point, and then you redirect it to where you need it to go. So usually, for a task-oriented person, when you're like way outside that egg and now you're a tank, you want to bring them in the center of that egg. So you want to bring them toward like a more people-focused place. But you have to meet them in that task. You have to meet them in that focus. That is the easiest way to find that common ground and do the blending. And that's true for almost every example that we're going to have today. Is everybody with me? All right. Let's talk about the next character, the sniper. So I think looking at all of you, you've all been in meetings, and I'm pretty sure you have witnessed a sniper in action. So the sniper is that person that when you're presenting, they're doing like an eye roll, just enough to kind of get everybody's attention and just ruin it for you. Or you're kind of talking in the meeting and they kind of like make a stab that is very well directed at you and it really brings you down, and that's usually done in front of a crowd, right? So they hit you, they hide their hand. The sniper can be attention-focused or task-focused. We're going to talk about the attention-focused sniper, Sniper 2.0 down the road. This is the task-focused sniper that I want to bring your attention to in the beginning, okay? How does, if any of you has any like military experience or like me has watched military movies, the only way to deal with the sniper is to find out where they are, right? The sniper's biggest defense is their location being hidden, right? If the enemy knows where the sniper is hiding, they can get to them. So they stay as hidden as they can, and then they hit the target. So you have to bring the sniper out. You have to understand the sniper's focus. You have to know what task it is that they are focused on, so you can then blend and then redirect. Does that make sense? Any ideas on how to bring the sniper out of hiding? There's two types of questions that you can ask. One is about intent, right? Like, can you tell me like why you're saying this? Like, or what do you mean when you're saying this? Right? Let's just take an example. You're in a budget meeting, you're presenting, and then the sniper just makes a comment about your shoes, right? This is random, but just bear with me here. You may need to stop what you're doing because that's so interruptive, right? You may need to stop what you're doing and try to bring the sniper out of hiding so you can move on. Otherwise, you may get more hits throughout the meeting. So you could ask as to, may I understand, can you explain what you mean when you said that? And they're going to answer, oh, it's a joke. You kind of continue with the same pattern of questions to try to get the sniper out of hiding. The other type of question you could ask is about relevance. So you could be, can you tell me how that shoe comment is relevant to our budget meeting right now? And usually you'll have them at that. If they say, oh, it was just a joke, like they usually do, then you can say, can you tell me how that joke is relevant to the meeting about the budget that we're having right now, right? So you bring them out of hiding until they tell you their intention or what their task is, and then again, you kind of meet them at that task to blend, and then you redirect their focus. All with me so far? All right. This brings me to the next character that you will find in that top quadrant. Another task-focused, aggressive type of behavior, the know-it-all. None of us have made it in medicine this far without having worked with a know-it-all. And the thing about the know-it-all is that they actually know it all. So they know a lot about a lot. And the difficulty becomes when you are trying to introduce a new idea or you're trying to change the course or the plan that they already have. When they already have a lot of knowledge about it and it has already worked well in the past, right? That is very difficult. Again, remember that this is a task-focused, aggressive person. So you have to maintain your own assertiveness and you have to figure out what that task is. So you can kind of blend and meet them with that goal and then kind of redirect them and just open their mind to your idea. All with me so far? All right. Now we're going to keep moving to that other quadrant in the egg with another example, and I'm going to pass it on to my next speaker.
Okay, I'm here to present case 2, and while this one might sound a little bit extreme, I think many of us recall similar instances where it feels almost like an attack in the midst of people who are all working to try to get something accomplished, and somebody comes in with a kind of aggressive attack that has a blaming quality. So in this case, which is using a gunshot wound, and we have a very serious critical situation, thoracotomy is being performed, and the physician asks for 1-0 suture. But it just happens that 1-0 suture is not available, and so we have O suture and 2-0 suture. But with all of the bleeding going on and the stress of the situation, that attending barks out something along the lines of, you're killing the patient, or we're killing the patient because you don't have the proper suture, 1-0 suture. And when this happens in a critical situation, it's almost hard to know what or how to respond, because you've got right in front of you something that has to be done quickly, timely. It could be a life-dependent situation, as in this case, or something that certainly could have serious consequences if not done well. So you have to kind of realize this is, again, aggression. You're on that aggressive side. Someone's coming at you aggressively. But now they seem to be attacking the person rather than a task. So they're falling into the quadrant of kind of aggression and people. And to do that, you have to think about how, can I blend? How can I somehow address this? And yet there's still a task at hand that needs to be done. So here are some of the personality, communication types that you could encounter in this aggressive kind of people area of the quadrant. What we're calling the grenade, the sniper, and the think they know it all, and sometimes the martyr falls into this area. So there are these approaches or characters, if you will, that come up in this situation. And when you have something like a person exploding and putting blame out there, it's almost like they can't even help themselves, and they may even be responding themselves in a certain emotional way that if you go back at them emotionally, it escalates and deteriorates even more. So it may be best to acknowledge them in some way and blend by saying, You know, I'm just as concerned as you are that we don't have the exact suture. But right now, with what we've got to get done, it's not so much about resources, it's about being resourceful. That's why we're emergency physicians. Let's work together to get this done because we've got a critical situation here. And after that, let's also work together because I know you care about having the right equipment. And I appreciate that matters to you. Let's work together so this doesn't happen in the future. So you've kind of blended and redirected back towards the task because there is an important task that needs to be done, and this right in the moment is not the time to further deteriorate emotionally when there's something critical that has to get done. And you know, sometimes it may not be a specific task like this, but it could be something with regard to, you know, consultation where someone comes back at you in a very aggressive way, and you really need to get something done. So it's like, well, let's get the patient care done that we need to get done. I appreciate where you're coming from. We didn't have that Foley catheter that you were looking for in the exact size that you wanted or something like that, and just try to redirect back once you've created the blending. And the think they know it all is interesting because they don't necessarily know it all, but they will let you know that they know it all. As the phrase sometimes goes, sometimes or often wrong, never in doubt. And so people kind of come across with this superiority, and they may even be distracting and moving you in the wrong direction because their idea is not really on target. But to blend back in by acknowledging that they have a commitment or that they are participating at a high level, that they're engaged, and then redirect back to what needs to be done and be sure the details of that are going to be done correctly, and just try to get them off of the kind of I know this to let's look at the details of what has to get solved and see if you can redirect them back. And we mentioned just a little bit earlier the sniper, but this is also a sniper more in that people-focused quadrant. And so they actually want some kind of acknowledgement often that in the moment is very important. And, you know, I just want to also say in general, with all of these approaches, we're dealing with what needs to be done in the moment so things don't deteriorate further, or that, I was mentioned earlier, if you're responding emotionally and then pouring that emotion into it, that tends to create way more drama, deterioration of the team if the team is engaged in working together. And there may be a time to address these behaviors later by setting up a conversation, sometimes even with a mediator if necessary. But right in the moment is not when you want to deteriorate and respond out of a feeling of, oh, I'm under attack, so I'll attack back with some level of emotion that's going to somehow, you know, contain this, what's coming at me. So here, again, by giving them some form of acknowledgement, you know, and being able to say, you know, I appreciate how much you care about the outcome here, or that you care about things get done right. But right now, let's focus on the task at hand and then see how we can put the equipment together or make sure we don't get that happening in the future by redesigning the airway box or whatever is the issue at hand in the moment. And then the martyr situation, and this can occur outside of emergency medicine. I'm sure many people have come across this particular situation where whether you want help or not, when you get it, it kind of comes with a price tag and some type of reminder that what they're doing is either at some sort of sacrifice or somehow kind of, you know, in that quadrant of it's an aggressive kind of, more of a subtle aggressive, but it's coming at you, people focused. And they, again, are looking for some sort of acknowledgement, you know, something that lets them feel appreciated for who they are. And when you can get that done, then you can redirect back to the tasks. So by thinking about what is this person really, what's behind, what's driving this behavior that could feel offensive, that could feel highly critical, that could feel painful even. If I can, in the moment, understand what's driving this, I can blend and redirect back. Okay, I'm going to pause here for case 3.
All right, let's do another example. Let's assume that you are the research director for your department. You're having a research meeting, and everybody's contributing except for your department chair, who is just kind of looking at their shoes and nodding along and basically not saying anything. How would you deal with this department chair? Do you think they're being aggressive or passive? Passive. Do you think they're task-focused or people-focused? That's a tough question, right? Because if, we're moving along this egg, and we're now down here in the people-focused passive section, but the example I just gave you is the nothing person. The nothing person could potentially be task-focused or people-focused. You just don't know because they are giving you nothing, because they're the nothing person. If they are not talking, you really have, and they're passive, you really have like no way of knowing where they are on that spectrum. And if you do not know what their intent is and what their focus is, it's going to be really hard for you to blend and meet them there to try and get them, to where you want them to go. Does that make sense? So basically, you have to get the nothing person to talk. And because they're on that passive side, you have to make sure that you create like an environment where that person knows that it's safe to talk, and assure them that everybody's getting along. So for our example with the meeting, you could say something, hey everybody, this meeting is going even better than expected. I appreciate how everybody is getting so well along, and I appreciate all your input, but I really want to make sure that we do not end this meeting without everyone's input. So Mr. Chair or Mrs. Chair, can you please tell us what your thoughts are on this? So you divert that passiveness or that people focus into the task at hand, which is you needing to know what they're thinking and where they're coming from. The more they start talking, the more you can understand their motivation, and then you can kind of rise up to meet them at that level, at that intent, and then divert their behavior to where you need it to be. Does that make sense? So another character you're likely to find in that quadrant there. So it's a passive, people-focused type of behavior. That's the yes person. We have all met the yes person. We have sometimes been the yes person. This is the one that overpromises but under-delivers. They just don't want to upset anybody, never say no, and then there's no way they can get all those tasks done. So because they have that people focus, you have to make sure you blend by reassuring them that everything is fine, we're still getting along, even though the task was not complete. And then you redirect them to trying to get commitment on something that they can actually deliver. So you redirect them from that people, I don't want to upset anybody, to the task at hand in terms of saying yes to the things that can actually get done. And the maybe person, I'm sure we have all met the maybe person as well. This is the indecisive boss. They just cannot decide, and enough time goes by that either the decision gets made for them or nothing really gets decided and things kind of fall out of whack. So maybe this is the chair who has to send either you or your colleague to a conference in Hawaii. But the chair kind of likes both of you, and they can't decide who's going. And, if they end up picking you, you need time to tell your family that you're going to Hawaii without them. You need time to book your flights, make sure you have a room with a view, tell the scheduler that you're going to be gone. These things require time, so the chair dragging their feet and not picking somebody can be really frustrating. And sometimes just knowing gives you that peace, So how do you deal with a maybe indecisive person. You need to make sure that they know it's okay to pick a side and make a decision. So I could go like, hey, Jim, I know both Mark and I are in the running for that Hawaii trip. I know you really like both of us. We've talked about it, and neither of us is going to have hard feelings no matter who you pick, right? So you're blending. And then you go, you redirect to the task. You go, but we really need you to pick somebody by the end of the week so we can make arrangements for our trip, right? So you bring that from that people focus to the task at hand. But unless you meet them halfway and you meet them on that focus and you blend first, you cannot redirect. Again, that is very important. If you do not meet them where they are to blend and create that rapport, the common ground, you cannot redirect anyone's behavior. All right, one more example.
So now we have another case, and just to read that, you design a fast-track area for your department at the request of the hospital administration in an effort to try to alleviate overflowing lobby volume. The faculty has been asked to staff the area until an alternate plan can be made. However, the medical director of your department has been very vocal to others in their objection to the staffing of the area, bringing scheduling issues, overtime complaints, and any other negative aspect that they can think of into the conversation. So there's something that needs to get done. It's a difficult situation to begin with, and the solution may not be ideal, or all of the components of the solution may not be immediately clear, but getting started is important. And we've probably all been in some type of assignment where it would be nice to have all the elements perfectly ready to go before we started, but we might never get off the ground if we didn't take some type of initial step with what we have. And I think when you look at innovation in the world, you have to have a balance between getting the resources and equipment that you need and also getting started. There's an old Zen phrase that says, leap and the net will appear. So necessity is the mother of invention. And you can't just leap and have no clue about how the net is going to appear. But sometimes you're going to be tasked with getting started. And if you have someone in that environment who is kind of a naysayer, making it impossible to get off the ground, you sort of have a dilemma. And in that regard, we're back in this area here where it's more of a kind of has to be perfection before we get going. You're going to find people showing up who are judging and evaluating without necessarily offering help. Someone who's kind of complaining about it, whining, just not having a solution. The naysayer, someone just seems to just be saying no, and the meddler or sometimes micromanager who isn't really getting the job done but seems to want to manage every detail of everything you've been asked to do. And it's very difficult to work in a setting where you've been asked to be creative in some way or innovative or bring something forward and then have it micromanaged every step of the way by someone else. So how do we deal with this? Well, again, going back to that concept of first understanding where that's coming from and how can I blend with that initially. In the case of somebody who's whining or complaining, the phrase, there's a plan in their lives, but they're not in it. Or maybe you've heard this phrase that goes something like, there are people who watch what's going on, and there are people who wonder what happened. There are people who are making it happen. There are people who are watching what happened, and there are people who are like, what happened? And so, you have to bring people back by acknowledging the importance of the task and blending with the need to get started and give them some encouragement or some positive attention and a way in which they can feel valued. so that they won't feel somehow unappreciated in the launching of this effort. But you have to bring it back to the encouragement to take action after you've blended. And then with the naysayer, it's a very complicated kind of emotion because you feel invalidated, you feel pressure that if we don't get started, maybe there'll be some blame coming down the pike if the project isn't moved forward. But you have to blend again by getting back to the task at hand and appreciating perfection, and even acknowledging someone for saying, I really get how important it is that you want to have this done right. We all want that to happen. But if we don't get started and then treat this somewhat as a work in progress where we can refine and modify, we won't get off the ground at all. And we've been tasked with something very important where we have to take action. So if you use something positive in there and you blend initially by acknowledging the need to get it done right, so that this person is kind of disarming when you agree with, in a sense, what they're upset about, and you kind of give them that validation. Then you can redirect. And again, with the judge, it's a kind of thing where someone is judging and evaluating, but it's almost like on the sidelines. So they're kind of, in the Monday morning quarterback, so to speak, or the person in the stadium. And I think you, again, have to focus them back by acknowledging the importance of the task, and don't let the judgment define you or stop you from moving forward, and again, using a positive, enthusiastic approach so that despite the judgments, the enterprise, the project is going to move forward. And this is one of the most common difficult boss behaviors. We mentioned earlier the people who are going to micromanage everything you do, but you can blend with acknowledging the importance of the task and focusing that back, redirecting, indicating approval, and that you are capable of getting this done. It was almost a little bit like the central line example, where it's like acknowledging, hey, I really get how important speed is here, but a few minutes that I'm taking now are going to save me a lot more time on the back end, and we will get this done promptly. Or really acknowledging somebody and saying, you hired me because I'm the person who can get this job done. And I want you to know I'm going to get it done, and I'm going to get it done so you look good in the process, because you hired me, and I'm here to make sure things go well for you too. And when you say that, you can kind of let somebody step back a little bit and take a breath so that they're not worried that if you don't get it done, some blame's going to splash all over them.
All right, so what if the problem is you? It's happened, right? We're not all perfect every day. We try, right? What if it's you? We've all had days when we're that person. You can feel it coming, right? Because the energy's going up and you're the one that started it, right? It's getting uncomfortable. We all can feel it. You feel it in your stomach, you feel it in your heart, you feel it in your throat sometimes. Bad place, not where you want to be. Your body's hardwired to not want to have a conflicting relationship with anyone. But if it's starting after you said something, you're probably the cause of it. So think about where you are on the spectrum. Am I feeling aggressive right now? Am I feeling like I want to pull back? Am I worried about this thing we're talking about? Am I worried about how this group's getting along or what people think of me or what's going on here? Think about that and adjust yourself. And if you're like, I'm worried everyone thinks I'm an idiot, you're on the people end and you need to go back to the task. Wait, we're just here to talk about this research project, or we're just here to talk about this thing we're meeting about. If you're keep interrupting people because you don't think they have an idea to fix the task, pull back and say, hey, this is a great group, I'm glad we're here. Let's make sure that we've got this task under control. But make sure that you're thinking about yourself and not just thinking it might be someone else in the room. I know for me, it ends up being me more often than not, but whatever. That's life, right? So what do? This is just a general summary of what we're talking about here. It's not going to be the same person it's the same thing for every single person. For me, the boss I report to the most is CMO of our hospital. And when he's feeling insecure, he's a maybe person. And when he's worried that I'm not going to get something done because it's really important, he's a meddler. And I got to quickly figure out, because if I go in when he's feeling like meddler and saying, you're a good boss, you're doing a good job, then he freaks out that I'm not worried about the task. If I go in when he's feeling insecure and say, I've got this, then he's worried about that I don't like him. So, right, so you have to figure out. When he's being maybe-ish, I say, you're really good at this, and we just need you to pick something. I'm going to back you up and do a good job no matter what. You just tell me which one you want me to work on, and I'm going to work on it. And he's fine. He makes his decision. When he calls me like 6 times a day to ask how something's going, I say, thank you so much for putting me in charge of this, and I know you're worried about it. It's super important. I'm going to get it done. But I got to switch, right, based on what's going on. So identify their positive intent. Identify what they want that's good. Look for what they have value in, and think about your tone of voice. You always want to match it. So sometimes you need an aggressive tone. If you get a passive tone with somebody who's feeling aggressive, they're going to get more aggressive because they don't think you understand the urgency in their task, right? Doesn't mean you need to yell at them. You might. But if you speak very clearly, make eye contact, step forward, and use a precise tone, that's as aggressive as you need to be. And most people won't find that offensive, right? And if they're feeling passive, and if you do that, they're going to back up even more. So just kind of read that situation. And sometimes you're going to be wrong, and you can tell because they're going to go in the wrong direction. You'd be like, oop, I misread this. I got to back up. I got to go the other way. So you really want to be on your toes. The best way to do that is to not get lost in your own head. Don't start thinking about how they're making you feel, how this is going. This is making you angry. Get out of that and take control of the situation and think about what you can do to change this moment. And you can go back and reflect on how it made you feel later. But if you get lost in that in the moment, you just end up standing there and later you're like, oh, I should have done this, and I just let that happen. We've all been there. And the way to avoid that is to not get sucked into it. Tell your own truth and be ready to listen. Think about what really is important to you here, too. You can't fake it. If somebody's really worried about a task and getting it done, and you think the most important thing is keeping the group happy, you just need to say, I understand you're worried about this task, but the main reason we're here is for this group to exist. Or if all they're worried about is the group getting along, saying, look, I want us to all get along, but we need to finish this thing. It's the only reason we're gathering right now. Like, you need to realize you can't make it up. So you have to acknowledge what you're really worried about. So here it all is, everything you need to know about how to get along with everyone forever. Now, it seems like really confusing, but if you just think about it, most of us exist in that cooperation zone all the time. And just, are we trying to get it right? Are we trying to get it done? Are we trying to get appreciated? Are we trying to get along? We all have all those needs. And your boss that you report to is going to have those needs just like anyone else is. And you can figure out where they're at and pull them in just by acknowledging what it is. And your people you report to, and a lot of you probably have people who report to you, they worry about what you think about them. So that's where a lot of us get lost. We think that they're the boss. They don't care what we think of them. They just worry about the tasks. So a lot of times what we under-acknowledge as a group, as people that report to somebody, is when they're doing nothing or yes or maybe or being a martyr or think they know it all or sniping us with stupid comments, blowing up, losing their temper. They're worried about what you think of them. They're not worried about what work's getting done. And that's normal human existence, and they want to feel validated. And if you don't do that, you might, your relationship will be impaired. So a couple quick reviews. When somebody becomes controlling, it's because they're trying to get it done. So watch. So this is the easy ways to find these, right? They're starting to control the situation and get more aggressive. They want to get it done. So figure out what they want to get done and tell them, I want to get that done too. When somebody gets really perfectionistic, so they start whining about something not being right or just saying no to whatever you say or saying it's not right or this is wrong or just kind of disengaging, they're worried about getting it right. And you just want to say, I want this to be perfect too. I understand it's to be perfect, but for today we're going to have imperfect and we're going to get there, but I know what you want. When they're controlling and perfectionists, it's meddlers. Now this is the one we see the most in bosses. So you've all seen this, right? Where you're just getting micromanaged. It's just incredibly common in a boss. If you get this, they've asked you to do something and it'll look bad for them if it doesn't get done right. And so instead of helping you, they're micromanaging you. And they're trying to do it to be good at being a boss. They think they're supporting you. So at some point you just have to say, hey, you picked me, like Mark was saying, right? You picked me because you're a great boss. You got the right person on the job. I've got this. I know you want it done right. I'll call you in 2 weeks when it's done perfectly because I guarantee you'll be there. If I need anything before then, I'll let you know. If you say back off or you're irritating me, it'll just get worse. So you have to go right to the task because that's what they're worried about. They don't actually distrust you. They're not, they just really worried about this task because it's going to reflect on them and it's in your hands. When they get more approval seeking, they want to get along. So that's somebody who says yes to everything, someone who can't make up their mind. And yes and can't make up their mind are the same thing. They're saying yes to everything because they don't want anyone to get mad at them because they said no. They won't make up their mind because they're worried that you'll get mad if they pick the wrong decision. So both of them, you just have to say, it's okay. I need you to tell me which of these things you can't do. If you can't help me with this, just let me know now. Or just pick one because I just need something. I need to know what I'm supposed to be doing and you haven't said. I won't get mad, I promise. Nothing people is another big one. Especially if whoever you report to, whoever's in charge, isn't entirely comfortable. So say you're a research director and you know a ton about research, and you're the person running your meeting, their background was in residency direction or operations. They're going to be uncomfortable. You need to make it okay, just saying you just need to pick it, you control the budget, or vice versa, right? They were a researcher, they've never done operations. You're presenting a business plan to them and they won't answer. You have to say, look, I've got these numbers right, I just need you to decide if you want to go this way or that way, or help me, or just tell me to pick for you, but we need to make it. You just need to make them know that they're going to get along and you're going to like them and you're going to think they're good at their job, no matter how they do it. When people get more attention seeking, or people get more attention seeking when their ability to get appreciated is sorted. This is when somebody just wants to be told they're smart and they do a good job. And this can be very different looking things. A grenade is somebody who just blows up. A lot of times when somebody blows up, you got to differentiate. The tank gets controlling. They start harping on everything and get right in there. A grenade just like loses it and just blows their temper. It's important for you to be able to recognize which one, because the tank wants you to say, we got this task, it's okay, we're going to help you. The grenade just wants to say, I'm sorry you're frustrated because everyone thinks you're really good at your job and we didn't mean to frustrate you. You just have to acknowledge that they just want to be told they're okay. And that's why they're blowing up. The think they know it all, how do you differentiate that from a know-it-all? Exaggeration. So think they know it all is going to be bragging. And when people brag, they tend to say stuff that isn't absolutely true. An actual know-it-all that's trying to block you and get you on a task will actually say, we can't do this today because it's this, and they'll give you actual things that are in the way. Think they know it all? They're just bragging. You can all pick that up. We've all learned that. In elementary school, we learned what bragging sounded like. So you hear them bragging, they just want attention. I know you're smart. I know you've been doing this for 30 years, and I really appreciate all that experience. Snipers, you can pick them out if they're going for the task of the person based on that. So if they're exaggerating or saying something that's not true, they want attention. Just say, hey, thanks. I see you back there. Everyone knows that you did this research first and I'm doing it now. Everyone knows that you used to be in charge of this committee and now I'm the new person in charge. Thanks for the great leadership 25 years ago. Now be quiet. And then, but if they're focused on the task, they're worried you're not going to be focused and saying, I understand that we really need to work on this. Don't interrupt again. But start with, I understand you when they want the task, right? So when somebody wants to get appreciated and get along, they become the martyr. This tends to, we've all seen this almost as much as the meddler, but this is when they want to be told that everyone appreciates the work they've done. Everybody hates me, no one shows up for work, everybody's lazy now, this whole new generation of doctors can't do their job. We've all heard it, right? Just say, and you do a great job, and we're also happy to have you to lead us. Thank you, we like you a lot. And they'll usually come out of it. The short version of a lot. What kind of questions do you guys have? I can see some burning ones out there. But you're worried we won't approve of your statement, and you're feeling passive. Come on up and say something. It'll be okay. See how I opened up my body? I made eye contact with Dr. Usher, since she's got an idea on her mind. It's okay. You don't have to come up. We're near the end, but thank you so much for joining us, everybody. It's great to be here.
Since we have a couple. So helpful in the work arena, I've actually found useful in my personal life, and I will give you an example. So I'm married, I'm remarried, but I was divorced. We have a daughter together, and this is 25 years ago. She was very young at the time, our daughter. And of course, there was a lot of parenting that had to get done. And I felt like this micromanaging that my daughter's mom was, telling me how to do this, how to do that, how to do this, and I was reacting pretty emotionally because I'm a doctor. I know how to change a diaper, and I know how to do that. What do you mean I do this for a living, And of course, the more I kind of came back at it, the more micromanaging it actually got louder. And I don't know, one day I had an epiphany and I didn't have this diagram at that time, but I started acknowledging her for being a terrific mom and having concerns that were like, that's what a mom would have, concerns. Now, I didn't hear them as concerns, I heard them as micromanaging and criticism. But as soon as I shifted it, and I said, you know, I really appreciate your input and what a great mom you are, and that your concerns matter, guess what happened to all the micromanagement? It actually disappeared. It was like crazy, it went away. And of course, our relationship improved, and you know, our daughter's grown up, and everything is fine. But that shift on my side, again, sometimes when it's you, so to speak, I was contributing without even realizing it, because I was kind of making things worse by coming back at it. There.
Hi, Jim.
Dr. Cole.
Given what's gone on in the world for the past approximately 7 years, I'm curious, because you didn't talk about this in the talk, what is your advice about gaslighting, both when it's happening to you and when someone you are supervising is engaging in it?
Well, we probably should have included gaslighting as a group, because it generally falls into a couple of these different categories. So a lot of times when you think when somebody is gaslighting you, they're just telling you, I never said that, or you never, they're just, so there's something you know isn't true, and they're trying to tell you that it is true. That's either they think they know it all, so they're trying to get appreciated, they want to be told they're important, or it's the judge. But it's usually either a passive perfectionist or somebody who's looking to get appreciated. Now there's massively pathological ends of this. But in the normal interaction rate, I find when somebody's doing that to me, either they're worried I'm not going to get something done right, or they want to get told how great they are. In our group, we have what I see the most at work is they want to get appreciated. So they just say stuff I know it isn't true, and if I call them out on it, it gets a million times worse. And I would just say, you're right, you know so much about this, thank you so much. And I just say how much I appreciate them, kind of like Mark was just saying, it just goes away. But I think when we see it on a massive scale, it's harder. But on the individual scale, it's upper left or lower right on this scale. More so than they're not trying to force anything, because the tank would just tell you, no, it's this, just do what I want. And I think getting the difference, how do you know if it's a think they know it all or a judge, is based on, are they looking at the ground saying, no, that never happened? And then they're worried about the task. And you're like, and then if they're looking right at you and yelling it at you, then they want to be told how important they are. Thanks, John. All right. Thanks, everybody. Sorry, I ended this too early.
by using color Doppler, as well as a little bit of fancier continuous wave Doppler, but we're going to keep it very, very simple. So the first type of valvular pathology we're going to be talking about is mitral regurgitation. This comes in a couple different forms. Primary mitral regurg is often due to a problem with the mitral valve itself, and can be from rheumatic disease, endocarditis. And then secondary mitral regurg is often a problem with the LA or the LV becoming too dilated, and the mitral valve cusps have problems closing. And both of these can be related to papillary muscle disease as well. So with mitral regurg, if you have primary mitral regurg, you're often going to see an eccentric jet where you have this reflux of blood from the LV into the LA. And then with secondary mitral regurg, you're often going to see more of a central jet where you're going to have a more linear type of regurgitant jet going back into the left atrium. Grading mitral regurg is probably one of the easiest valvular assessments to do. So this is a good starter valve if you want to get familiar with this type of assessment. You need to obtain an apical 4-chamber view or a parasternal long axis view, and then you just put your color Doppler window over the mitral valve and include the entire left atrium, and then you just subjectively quantify left atrial filling. So I feel like POCUS, we love subjectively quantifying things, and this is going to be a rough outline of how you can do it. So mild mitral regurg, you'll often have a smaller jet, and you really only have less than 20% of left atrium being filled with a regurgitant jet. Moderate is when you have 20 to 40%, and then severe is either over 40 or 60% of the left atrium is filled with a regurgitant jet. A couple of quick examples on what this looks like. So you see that they've gotten that apical 4-chamber view with the color Doppler, and this is a small jet that's filling about 20% of the left atrium, and this is an example of mild mitral regurgitation. Getting a little bit more severe, this is probably filling about 50% of the left atrium. This is moderate to severe. And then here you can see that that jet fills almost the entire left atrium, is kind of swirling around. This is an example of severe mitral regurgitation with an eccentric looking jet. And in a similar fashion, you can do the same type of assessment in terms of quantifying that percentage filling of the left atrium in the parasternal long axis view, if that's easier to get than the apical 4. The second type of valves we're going to talk about is aortic regurgitation. So in a similar way, when the aortic valve leaks, blood regurgitates from the aorta back into the left ventricle, and acute aortic regurgitation can cause acute hemodynamic collapse by overloading of the left ventricle. And the main causes are usually different types of aortic root dilation or endocarditis. So there's a couple of different fancy cutoffs when it comes to aortic regurg, but we're going to focus on the easiest one to perform, which is going to be the vena contracta width. And to perform that, all you need to do is get the parasternal long axis view, zoom in over the aortic valve, put your color Doppler to detect that regurgitant flow, and then you're just going to measure the vena contracta width, which is the narrowest diameter of the regurgitant jet. So in this cartoon, you'll see the vena contracta basically is that narrow part of the jet that is coming out right from the leaflets of the aortic valve. And then in this clip, you'll see when you put color over it, sometimes there'll be some noise, but at some points you can see a pretty clear jet. So you want to freeze where you see the jet the clearest, and then you're going to find that vena contracta, and you're going to go ahead and measure that width. And severe aortic regurg is a vena contracta of over 0.6 centimeters. And then finally, we're going to talk about aortic stenosis. So this is one that we see all the time in the emergency department. How many old people who syncopized and fell do you put in your obs unit to get an echo and see what happens to them over the next 24 hours? Sometimes if you can get a little bit of early information about whether or not they might have symptomatic aortic stenosis, you can expedite them getting on the track for getting a valve replacement or potentially getting more of a cardiology workup instead of being in limbo. So aortic stenosis is caused by thickening and calcification of the aortic valve, and about 30% of our geriatric patients are going to have at least aortic sclerosis, and it can lead to heart failure, syncope, and even sudden cardiac death. So with aortic stenosis, a lot of us have probably realized that when we're echoing some of our patients and just looking subjectively at their valve, you can tell that it's brighter than it should be, doesn't open as well. You start to see signs that they might have aortic stenosis. And then if you add on some objective measures to that, you're going to be able to get a lot more information about whether this should be concerning to you on your differential. So here's an example of a patient who, in their personal long-axis view, has a very hyperechoic, thick, and stiff aortic valve. You can also see that they have quite a thick left ventricle, which can be a result of chronic aortic stenosis. Now they've developed LVH as well. So if you see this and you want to get another objective measure, so when you're talking to your cardiologist, you have something else to say, I'm really concerned about this patient, there's a couple of different cutoffs for defining aortic stenosis. The one we're going to focus on is the most important one when it comes to something that really objectively says that this is a concern, and it's also the easiest to perform, which is going to be the peak velocity. So to do this, you get an apical 5-chamber view. You break out your continuous wave Doppler. You put the gate through the aortic valve, and then you get the continuous wave Doppler tracing, and then you go ahead and measure the highest point of the wave. So an apical 5-chamber view, you can see that in this view too, the aortic valve is calcified, it's hyperechoic, and then you go ahead and pick your continuous wave Doppler, and then you get your tracing. And you can see that the flow of the blood out through the aortic valve is in the negative direction because your blood is flowing out from the LV down through the aortic valve. And then you simply measure the highest point that this wave reaches. So in this case, this person had an aortic valve peak velocity of a little over 4 meters per second, which is severe aortic stenosis. So we're going to go ahead and break out into our 5 breakout sessions. It's going to be in the back of the room. There's going to be 4 circles of chairs, and then one of the sessions is going to be the ultrasound machines, where if you want to practice some of this technique, we'll have a couple models there that you can practice your echo views on. All right? So I'm going to go back to this. All right? So we're still good on time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're actually.
Oh, good. Okay.
Small group. I'm just going to be floating, so perfect. You'll have to you'll see me up here. Yes. if you want to. Mine's gonna be a little weird. Oh yeah. Whatever you want. Oh, you're good.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap things up now. Hopefully you've had a chance to get your hands on the ultrasound a little bit and figure out how to access your Doppler modalities, learn a little bit about how you can apply this on your day-to-day management of patients in the emergency department. So hopefully the next time you guys have a patient coming in with shortness of breath, chest pain, hypoxia, new murmur, unexplained tachycardia, you're going to think about doing a POCUS exam. And I would strongly encourage you to think about incorporating Doppler into your exam. Truthfully, it takes just a few extra seconds once you get familiar with how to access the functions, and it truly can change management and your diagnosis for the patient. Because you may have a normal 2D echo, normal 2D image on your of your patient's heart, but if you don't throw the color Doppler on, if you don't throw spectral Doppler on, you're going to end up missing a lot, and you'd be surprised at the amount of pathology that you'll end up finding if you start to regularly incorporate this into your workup, into your patient management. As Yo-Yo was saying before, I want to just emphasize that this is not a replacement for your comprehensive exam done by the cardiology department. It is more or less, I think, useful for a screening exam to assess whether or not there's the presence or absence of a valvulopathy. Understand that these are just some of the Doppler modalities that are used in a comprehensive exam, and with that limitation, you're potentially going to not pick up every valvulopathy that your patients may have, or you may underestimate or overestimate the severity of disease. So yeah, just to review, for aortic stenosis, something to things that should hone you in on that diagnosis. If you're seeing a patient, they have thickened aortic valve leaflets. The valve leaflets don't look like they're fully opening, so restricted movement. They appear heavily calcified, so hyperechoic. You're possibly seeing some shadowing behind the leaflets. So that's going to tell you that perhaps there is a stenotic lesion present, but it's not going to tell you anything about the severity. And so that's where our Doppler modality comes in. So what you'll want to do is you'll get your apical 5-chamber view. You're going to run your continuous wave Doppler through the aortic valve. You're going to switch over to your spectral display, and then you want to look at again, because flow is moving, being ejected out of across the aortic valve, away from the probe. The waveform is going to appear below the axis, and you want to measure the peak velocity. And so the greater the peak velocity, the greater the severity of stenosis. And this kind of makes sense. I'm sure many of you remember back to your MCAT days, to your college physics, the continuity equation. And so it's saying that in a closed system, your flow has to be the same throughout. So if the flow just in front of a aortic valve is 5 liters per minute, and now all of a sudden you have to go through a very tight orifice, that velocity is going to have to pick up substantially in order to maintain that same flow rate. So the narrower the valve, the higher the velocity, the more stenotic the lesion. So in our cutoffs here, again, 4 meters per second for severe AS, 2.5 to 2.9 for mild aortic stenosis. For aortic regurg, again, we're just going to focus on the vena contracta. So this is just the area where the regurgitant, the regurgitant jet is at its most narrow, and we're going to be measuring that with, this is going to be obtained from the apical 5-chamber view, and we're measuring, again, the width. If it's greater than 0.6 centimeters, that would fall in the severe category, 0.3 mild, in anywhere else in between your moderate category. One thing else you could do is look at the size of the aortic jet and how much it occupies of the left ventricular outflow tract. Again, you're going to do this in your apical 5-chamber view. And if it's occupying greater than 2/3 of the LVOT, then it's a pretty wide jet that's consistent typically with a severe regurgitant lesion. Less than 25% would fall in the mild category. For mitral regurgitation, a couple things we could do. Again, that vena contracta, if it's if it's greater than 0.7 centimeters, you're in that severe category. Less than 0.3, that mild category. Other things you can look at if the is the amount of area that jet is occupying in the left atrium. If it's 50% or more, depending on which study you're looking at, reference you're looking at, that would be consistent with a severe regurgitant lesion there. If you have an eccentric wall-hugging lesion that wraps around to the back of the atrium and then anteriorly again, also consistent with severe mitral regurgitation. And then lastly, for tricuspid regurgitation, the number that I want you guys to remember here is 3. So if what you're going to end up doing is you're going to get your apical 4-chamber view, you're going to run your continuous wave Doppler through the tricuspid valve. Somewhere around 80% of the population is going to have at least some trivial amount of tricuspid regurgitation. So we can go ahead and measure that by running our continuous wave through the tricuspid valve and measuring what the peak regurgitant flow velocity actually is. And if it's greater than 3 meters per second, that regurgitant flow, the patient likely has pulmonary hypertension. If it's less than that, it makes it much, much less likely. And this can be helpful and useful in your patient's workup for, say, PE, and whether or not this supports the diagnosis of right heart strain. So just a few examples to finish things up here. You have a 68-year-old male. They present with 2 years of progressive shortness of breath. They presented to the ER after having a syncope episode while they were working out. You notice that they have a holosystolic murmur, so you decide to do an echo, and this is what you see. So I'm going to take from the audience here. What do you guys think are you seeing anything abnormal here? And if so, what do you think the diagnosis is? So as you can see, we have we're in our apical 5-chamber view. We have the aortic valve here. It's fairly hyperechoic. You're not really seeing the leaflets move very well. So this should hone you into the possibility this patient has aortic stenosis. So if we go ahead and run our continuous wave Doppler through the aortic valve and then toggle over to our spectral display, we can see that the peak velocity is greater than, it's about 4.1 meters per second. So this would actually fall in the severe category for severe aortic stenosis. Some limitations to keep in mind is that if you have a patient who's got severely reduced ejection fraction, they may not be able to actually generate that level of velocity. And so that would be one of the potential pitfalls in using this method. But in your patient with normal EF or near normal, this can be very, very useful in screening. Okay, so moving on to our next case. So we have a 58-year-old male. They present for their 3rd ER visit in 2 weeks for shortness of breath. Last week they were admitted for an asthma exacerbation. They, on their vital sign assessment, are noted to be hypoxic to 85% on room air, and this is their POCUS exam. What are we seeing? Severe mitral regurg, exactly. So if you look at the jet here, we have our color Doppler. It's centered over the left atrium and the mitral valve. We're seeing that we have an eccentric jet here, and it's actually reaching the back of the left atrium and actually wrapping around and then moving antegrade again. It occupies greater than 50% of the left atrium. And if you were to freeze frame this and measure the width of the vena contracta, it would be almost certainly greater than our cutoff of 0.7 centimeters. 2 more cases here. So you have a 40-year-old female, history of oral contraceptive use. They just flew across the country from New York to Los Angeles, and shortly after getting off the plane, they experienced shortness of breath, pleuritic chest pain, prompting ED visit. So what are we seeing here, guys? So again, we have our apical 4-chamber view, right? So this patient has several signs to suggest right heart strain. The right ventricle is nearing the same size as the left ventricle. If you put the color Doppler over the tricuspid valve, you're seeing that there's quite a substantial amount of regurgitation. And if we take that a step further, and what you would do is run your continuous wave beam through the center of that jet there, your continuous wave Doppler, you're going to get this spectral display. And if we measure the peak regurgitant velocity, it's about 3.4 meters per second. So again, anything greater than 3 is consistent with pulmonary hypertension. So this patient has acute pulmonary hypertension, presumably from acute pulmonary embolus. Okay. And last case, we have a 57-year-old female presents from their primary care doctor's office for hypoxia. The patient reports that they've been having some slowly progressive dyspnea with exertion, and now it's present at rest. What is the diagnosis on your POCUS? Excellent. So yes, I would say this borders on the moderate to severe category for aortic insufficiency, aortic regurgitation. Again, just to recall, flow towards the probe should appear in red, flow away from the probe is blue, blood should normally be moving out of the or away from the probe through the LVOT, through the aortic valve, but we're actually seeing blood moving towards the probe, so this represents aortic regurgitation. If we look at the size of the LVOT, it's probably nearing 50% or more, close to maybe 65%, which is our cutoff for severe mitral regurg. If you look at the pressure halftime, which we did not go into in great detail here, and I'm happy to talk about it after if anyone would like to discuss this further. When you combine the two together, this would probably fall in the range of moderate to severe aortic regurgitation. So that is it, and we will, I don't know if we have time for questions, but if we do, I'd be happy to take some questions. Alrighty, thank you guys.
Emergency department at the very beginning of COVID with sort of as a teaching forum, and it sort of took off from there. Teleguidance can be done real time, the remote supervision of diagnostic and procedural bedside scans. We could offer real-time video chats, remote interpretations, and since we have such a sort of a quaint audience, are all of you guys versed in, that I know that are not within our faculty, in teleultrasound? Have you guys ever tried it? Okay, so I actually feel like I have something to teach, and that's great. So so why now? For the first time, virtual point-of-care ultrasound is deliverable anywhere in the world, and it can be literally performed by anyone. Our fellow in the audience, Patrick, is in, sort of can attest to that. He just took this technology with him to internationally and is currently able to do QA on remote scans, the things that he taught people there. So even one step further is, how do you employ this technique with people that have really never touched an ultrasound machine or have no expertise in doing this? So basically, that's the whole gist of this talk and what happened. There's sort of flowing stuff in the literature is that, yes, we need to evaluate a longitudinal bedside ultrasound for point of care in pediatrics. This was in 2021, very, very well done study. Then in 2022, there was a sort of a perspective and review on the need for a curriculum for point of care ultrasound. Hi, welcome. Did pediatricians really miss the bus? And I think that as a pediatrician, I can tell you that we totally did miss the bus. This is like wildfire now in emergency medicine, obviously, the pioneers, but in internal medicine, family practice, everybody kind of wants a piece of the pie, and the pediatricians are still going around not really knowing what's going on, and yet every single one of them rotate through our department, and we expect the same things out of them that we do of an EM resident. So I didn't want to focus so much on the emergency medicine. I wanted to develop a curriculum for pediatricians, right? Because if you guys were here for the previous part of this, they don't want to learn AI. They don't really care about mitral stenosis. They don't need all of that stuff. So we went through a current 6 steps to look and see how we can develop a curriculum for them. And we looked at the literature. One of my great colleagues, Dr. Yo-Yo, sitting right over here front and not so much center, but to the right, helped me design a survey that we talked about. We asked people these questions that really we didn't see the literature having any formal training in terms of a point-of-care curriculum for pediatricians. So we did a national needs assessment. First, we started very focally at Stanford, and then we did this 12 pediatric residency programs nationally enrolled. And really they rated the importance of point-of-care ultrasound in the current practice to be 86%, and the importance of this in a future practice, regardless of what they were going into, 76%. So this was kind of encouraging for me. Even the program directors completely or mostly agreed that this is something that's needed. And basically, the thing that I want you to take away from this is that the biggest barrier to training pediatricians in point-of-care ultrasound is they had no educators, right? So how can we teach people when the attending really doesn't know how to do this? So this was sort of an avenue, 91%, that's huge. We also asked them, okay, well, what applications do you want to learn? And procedural sedation was a big one, mainly putting in an IV, even putting in central lines. The other one was a lumbar puncture. When I was a resident, this was sort of a blind procedure, and still we do it blind, but a lot of the new residents really like to have some sort of guidelines, and they feel much more comfortable with it. Soft tissue was another big one. Renal bladder, mainly they cared about like bladder volume in a little baby that hadn't peed in hours because of dehydration or what have you, or alternatively, somebody that was retaining urine. And then cardiac. The other surveys in the literature showed that lungs, neck, ocular also were important, but in our survey, that's not what was shown, just the ones that I highlighted. So basically, the problem was lack of expertise within general pediatric residency programs, and the solution was the development and implementation of a framework for teaching and a course of study, right? So what is a curriculum? So qualified instructors via virtual teleultrasound. So this is sort of a picture of what the apparatus would look like. I don't know if I click on, that's Monica, one of our lovely, lovely fellows that graduated already. Now, I don't know if I click on this. Oh, yes, so let's listen.
Little blue button to my laptop and make sure I'm with the right preset. So you see I have a bunch of different options here, and I'm going to choose the fast exam. You're in the perfect place. You're on the right side of the patient. And now put the probe on. Great. And so what?
So that would be where the free. Okay, guys, so this wasn't as clear because I was the person that she was teaching. But the bottom line is this. Do you guys, everybody knows about butterfly? And I have no disclosures, by the way. I have no stocks in butterfly, whatever. So the butterfly has a function called teleguidance, right? And you literally, if the other person has a butterfly and is trying to scan, and you're a sort of one person in their cloud, they can call you, and I could be sitting in front of my computer, and I have full control over the dials, the depth, the gain, even the application that they're scanning, and I could guide them, literally hold their hand and guide them to do this. So this was really exciting for me, and obviously this is a practice thing that I did with Monica, but this has happened in the real world and in many, many different settings. We're very excited that after this curriculum was designed, we put the fillers out to see who wanted to enroll, and right now we have 5 sites enrolled. We are taking 1 to 2 faculty and 2 to 3 residents. They have minimal or in most cases no prior ultrasound experience, and we offer monthly didactics followed by teleguidance sessions, and we upload their images into the Butterfly's HIPAA-compliant educational cloud, and I QA their stuff, right? And if they meet and right now the biggest thing that we go by is the ASEP, so they need 25 scans of appropriately performed ultrasounds to be able to be accredited or given credit to. And what they do with it is really up to them. But the biggest goal after all of this is to collaborate between POCUS faculty that are coming out of EM or PEM. And really what I dream about one day is that we have an ACGME change to add POCUS education to pediatric residency curriculum. And that's my spiel, and that's all I got. And I'll take any questions. Thank you for listening very much for attending. The ones that did not come on and didn't hear the first part, I'm happy to take any questions and repeat myself. Thank you. Woo-hoo! Thanks, you guys. Any questions at all? all good.
Have you had any difficulties along the way? Like, have you had any particular problems that keep coming up?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really difficult, and the main thing is, like, if the more academic an institution is, and 3 of my 5 sites are highly academic, and 2 of them are not, the biggest issue is to be able to get on their cloud when you don't even work there, then be able to review their scans. And I can tell you that the first program, that was the first one that I'm now done with, this took 6 entire months between me and the IT, and I showed them I'm not some weirdo, and my credentials, and they gave me like a courtesy appointment. So now I have an email that has very prestigious, that has expired now. But yeah, so those are a problem, right? But honestly, where this is gonna work is if you're in the community or if you're in a family practice area and you don't have to go through all this fluff. If you just need a butterfly and another person that can jump on your cloud. But yes, when you do in the academic world, it's very compliant and privacy, and so that's been the hardest thing. Otherwise, when we get to scan, it's easy. We've not had any connectivity issues. When Patrick went to, I think he went to Rwanda, and he did this, half the battle is connectivity, right? So, but when we're in America, most parts of America, if connectivity is not an issue, that's really all you need is somebody that will connect, and you could establish a good connection, and boom. It's really easy if you haven't done it. It's pretty light bulb going in your head provoking. It's pretty amazing technology. Yes?
How are you adding these sites? Are you doing it, you know somebody at that particular hospital, or are you cold calling different places and being like, hey,
Oh, no, I didn't know anybody anywhere. I mean, I have a lot of people that I know, but not to the point of, hey, can I get some residents? We advertise very heavily in American Academy of Pediatrics and the Pediatric Program Director Association, and I am in a subcommittee of POCUS in Association Pediatric Program Directors, so it was just the word of mouth. Oh, she's doing this, and then it got to the point where I had to turn people down. It was unbelievable. Like, I had to limit myself to 5 because this is like not a big effort, and so yeah. So it's 5, and we're almost done with the second one, and it's exciting. So we'll go from there? Yeah. Thanks, you guys. Yes? So the site that I just finished, not in 2023-24, but in 24-25, they want to do this, and they want to make their own curricula. And the people that I helped train, one of them stayed on as faculty. They were residents, and she's starting this. So it's huge. It's huge, and she's asking about taking other courses, and she wants to know other things, but it's pretty exciting. It's really exciting. So even if I could do just one program, I would love it. So yeah. All right, you guys, thank you so much for your time. Have a good evening. Thank you, thank you. And the music starts.